Your seats. Members of council, if you can take your seat because we need quorum. I would call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on procès porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanage, Nani Bueda Miguechewendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of the Honorable Kirsty Duncan, Lucille Barker, Marjorie Roslyn Berger, Charles Norman Cornack, Marianne de Monte Wellen, Victor Kamenko, Linda Mandizuk, Catherine O'Hara, Corrado Scavalletto, and George Fritos. Thank you.
On the point of personal privilege,
Yes, just
I want to.
just one moment, Mayor Cha.
Yep.
Okay, Mayor Cha, go ahead.
Yep. I have a condolence motion regarding Christy Duncan. I was sad to learn of the passing of Christy Duncan, former minister and member of parliament for Etobicoke North, who passed away after a long battle with cancer. Christy was elected for 5 terms from 2008 to 2025. She served her country as the Minister of Science, Minister of Sports, and the Minister for Persons with Disabilities. Among her many accomplishments, she was the leading advocate for student nutrition programs. She believed no child should go hungry. She brought forward bills seeking a national strategy for student nutrition, convened an all-party parliamentary caucus in support of a national student nutrition program, and served as a board member of the Toronto Foundation for Student Success. And I worked quite closely with her when I was a member of parliament then. The organization, this Toronto Foundation for Student Success, was the organization that helps provide Toronto's school food program. Ms. Duncan's advocacy played a direct role in the creation of Canada's National School Food Program in 2025. That $1 billion fund is enabling school food programs and helping families across the country. In Toronto, it means that for the first time, by this September, every single publicly funded school will have a mid-morning meal or snacks. To me, that is her incredible legacy. Generations of children and young people who will get a solid start in life. No more hungry bellies. Prior to her political career, Ms. Duncan was a teacher and a scientist who was internationally recognized for leading an Arctic expedition to study the 1918 influenza pandemic. She also contributed to the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, which was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2007 for its work on climate change science and its implications for global health and security. Ms. Duncan will be remembered for her knowledge, compassion, and deep commitment to public service. I want to express my sincere condolence to Ms. Duncan's husband, Sven, her family, friends, colleagues, and to all who will mourn her loss.
Thank you. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize Shanley McNamee, General Manager of Children's Services, on her retirement from the city. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Today, I am pleased to recognize Shanley McNamee, who will be retiring on February 26 after 27 years of dedicated service to the City of Toronto. I am so pleased to welcome Shanley's family who are here with us today, her husband Brian, and her children Liam, Delcan, and Melissa. Yes. And thank them for their support throughout her career in public services. Since 2019, Shanley has led Toronto's Children's Services, guiding the largest municipal childcare system in Canada with care, determination, and a deep commitment to families. During her tenure, Toronto achieved some of its most significant early years milestones, including the Toronto Childcare Growth Strategy, a redesigned funding model, and the successful implementation of the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system right here in the city. Shanley also led with strength during one of the most challenging periods in our history. You know what we're talking about, the pandemic. She oversaw the creation of emergency childcare for frontline workers, making sure essential workers could continue to serve our city, and helping lay the groundwork for the safe reopening of childcare spaces across Toronto. Thank you for that. And Shanley began her career in the nonprofit childcare sector, working in school-based settings and helped strengthen partnership between childcare providers and schools, a foundation that shaped her leadership throughout her career. Shanley is known for bringing people together, educators, community planners, advocates, and members of government to build a stronger and more equitable early years system. Her leadership has been defined by a strong commitment to equity and reconciliation. Under her guidance, Children's Services established its first Reconciliation, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Unit, introduced the Actions for Equity framework, strengthened learning, rooted Indigenous knowledge, and championed pathways for Black and Indigenous early childhood educators. Beyond policy and systemic change, Shanley also built a culture of respect, collaboration, and care. She did it with humility and good humor. I heard about this story that there was a staff versus counselors hockey game at Nathan Phillips Square. Yeah, some of you participated, but I heard that the staff won. Shaney also leave behind a stronger childcare system and a lasting impact on families across Toronto. On behalf of City Council and its residents of the city, especially for the children and their families, Shaney, thank you for your service and leadership. We wish you all the best in your retirement. Please join me so I can present a scroll thanking you and your work and come and say a few words. Thank you.
Wow, that was overwhelming. Thank you very much, Mary Chow, for your gracious and kind words. It's incredible to hear and reflect on my long career. That was not mine alone, but with many, many partners and the progress we've made. It is a little overwhelming, but I'm so happy to be here today. Thank you to our mayor and members of council for this presentation. It truly has been an honor and a privilege to work alongside of you to serve this great city and its people. To our deputy mayors, councillors, I admire the passion and commitment every one of you brings to your work, the deep understanding you have for your communities, and your continuous efforts to make a difference in the lives of Torontonians. Now, officially, Speaker Nunziata, can you please start my time? That was for you, Paul. I wanted to see if I can make Paul laugh. Not always easy, but he does have a sense of humor. So as Mayor Chow pointed out, I began my career working in the childcare sector and spent 15 years in the nonprofit area, primarily working with boards of directors. This gave me a deep understanding and appreciation for the childcare sector, the people, the community, the networks, the school boards, and most importantly, the needs of Toronto's diverse families. I still have a very deep appreciation for the incredible work happening across Toronto in the childcare sector. While change is constant in this sector and transformation can be exhausting, the people who lead are solid, committed, proud of their work, and they do have my deep gratitude. When I joined the city, I knew a lot about childcare at the time, but I had a lot to learn about the workings of city and municipal government. So after 27 years, here's a few things that I learned that stood out for me. I learned about council and committee meetings, staff reports, members' motions, protocol, process, and how things get done at City Hall. I worked as a ward manager for 3 election cycles, and I learned about integrity, privacy, accessibility, and the right for people to participate in local democracy. A little plug there, John. Go and work the election if you haven't done it. As a champion for the city's annual United Way campaign, I learned that the United Way touches countless lives, from providing access to food and housing to supporting mental health programs and creating opportunities for youth. And that the City of Toronto rocks at supporting the United Way. Thank you for that. As an incident commander, which is a very formal name, but really it boils down to supporting emergency response, I learned how the entire city rallies and responds when there's a need during ice storms, fires, evacuations, and more. A very humbling experience to see how very vulnerable some people are and how our support from the City of Toronto truly makes a difference. As a TO Now advisory member, I learned that there are many networks and communities of inclusion that provide opportunities for staff to get engaged, mentor and support each other, and that this is culture and engagement in action. So kudos to all of them. And finally, to my friends in finance, Althea, Stephen, I learned about aging infrastructure, and that I have one, and the need for state of good repair, which will begin in earnest for me in March, one of my retirement goals. And to my team who is here today, thank you for joining me, and many staff from Children's Services, thank you. You've been collaborative, innovative, engaged, committed, and always customer service oriented. Together, we have delivered our newest service plan, implemented childcare fee reductions for families, enjoyed the opening of Mount Dennis, the city's first net zero childcare, managed growth and expansion of the childcare, improved service navigation for families, and incorporated data for equity insight to improve access and inclusion. And that list is not exhaustive, but thank you for that. It takes a whole team to make those things happen. So I very much appreciate your support. However, it's when I visit our 39 directly operated childcare centers, I see the greatest impact on children and families directly and in person. At our centers, I am amazed with the pride staff take in their work, the quality of care they provide, the trust and confidence they build with families, and best of all, the impact they're having on children, their early learning, and their lifelong success. Thank you to our TELC staff, which is our directly operated staff. You are incredible. And to my colleagues on CLT and SLT joining us here today, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I admire how you take pride in serving the public well, modeling strong work ethics, being innovative, celebrating accomplishments, and leading major transformation, which seems to be continuous at the City of Toronto, at least in childcare. I also thank you for being intentional about building a culture that creates a great workplace where people feel respected, where they want to come to work and be productive. So please keep on doing that. Thank you for your resilience, your adaptability, and your friendships to my colleagues. I've made some incredible friends while I've been here and really do appreciate that. It has been my great pleasure to work with you all. And finally, to my family who's here today. My husband, Brian, Liam, Declan, Melissa, and my mom who's watching at home. Hi, Mom. Thank you for your patience and your support as I navigated my work life and family life, always trying to strike the right balance. To the Cooper family, that's my family, the McNamee family, and the Chow family, not your Chow family, my Chow family, and my dear friends, thank you for keeping me grounded and sane and authentic. To Kevin, Diane, and Bernie, my in-laws, brothers, sisters-in-laws, thank you for being here today. Most of my husband's family is retired, so they are all anxiously waiting for me to join them for many, many fun things. So thank you for coming today. I could not have enjoyed this success without all of the contributions from all of you. Thank you.
Councillor Bravo, you would like to say a few words?
Thank you for your indulgence, Speaker. I was wanting to jump up and cheer. As Chair of Economic and Community Development Committee, I've had the privilege of working very closely with Shanley, and I was going to say she's a learner constantly, and that's something that I admire, and she already showed it with everything that she shared with us in her remarks. And I think that really speaks to the kind of leader she is, the leader that she is in the public service. Look at this massive turnout of happy people. And the way that she is open to her team. I haven't seen her be hierarchical, but actually listening to good ideas and taking a back seat sometimes when people are at the front who are not her superiors, and I think that's a really wonderful quality. In the childcare sector, a respected figure. She comes from the childcare sector, and she's a subject matter expert, and that is a wonderful thing to have. And yet, with all of that, there's so much humility in the way that she presents, and so for me, it's been a privilege to collaborate. She leaves us with a great strategic vision going forward, with some excellent successes in terms of delivering for the city. This focus on equity and equitable access and navigation for families is going to be transformational. And finally, the roundtable that Shanley supported in building, which has really turned all of the seats outward in this sector. And once a year we meet 40, 50 organizations or people, and there she is. She's always present. So to me, it's been a privilege, Shanley, to learn from you, to learn alongside you, and I'm very grateful for that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And Shanley, thank you very much for opening up that daycare center in Mount Dennis. That took us years, right? The first net zero daycare center in the city of Toronto, one of the biggest. Thank you for that. I know we worked hard to get that. Councillor Fletcher, you're standing?
Yes, I just had 2 things or 3 things to say. I just wanted to say to Shanley's mom, great job, she's fantastic.
Okay,
Think of the thousands and thousands and thousands of families, mothers and children that you have dealt with over your career and created a childcare system for families and particularly for moms and women in order to be able to get into the workforce. It's an amazing contribution, and we have to think of childcare in that way as well, such an important economic development feature. And lastly, you didn't talk about it, Shanley, but somewhere in that career, you got the $10 a day childcare drop down, and you had to navigate all of those waters, federal government, provincial government, city, all of the subsidies, everything. And I just wanted to flag that and say thank you very much, because that was a curveball that I don't think you expected at that point in your career. So thank you so much for everything that you've done. And on behalf of the thousands and thousands of families that use childcare across the city, you have made a big difference in their lives.
thank you. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize Valessa, Executive Director, Development Review, on her departure from the city. I can't believe this, that she's leaving. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow.
We do have an incredible city, an incredible public service. And it never ceases to amaze me what kind of talent we have in this city. I would like to take a moment to recognize Valessa Farah as she prepares to conclude her service with the City of Toronto on February 12th. You can always come back later, okay? Valessa is a widely respected public sector leader who has dedicated more than 2 decades, too young for that, of her career to advancing housing, city building, and service excellence, including the past 8 years right here at the City of Toronto. Most recently, Valessa served as the inaugural Executive Director of Development Review Division, where she led a major transformation of how the city reviews and approves development applications. It is transformational, let me tell you. Under her leadership, the city launched its first ever Development Review Strategic Plan, created the Development Review Service Excellence Charter, and implemented a series of important process and technology improvements. This work has helped to significantly reduce development review timelines. the word significant doesn't actually capture it. It's actually 80% faster. Faster in getting affordable homes and these complete communities approved. I think the most incredible one that I observed was, I think, 17 days or something. It was just incredibly fast. It went from the slowest in North America, and probably we're one of the fastest right now. And she also strengthens relationship with the industry, nonprofit, and Indigenous partners and other orders of government. Before this role, Vanessa held senior leadership positions in the city's housing secretariat, where she played a central role in shaping and delivering many of Toronto's most significant housing initiatives. Her work has secured huge federal investments, advancing tens of thousands of new housing units, and established long-term strategies that will guide Toronto's housing system for years to come. One of which is that I am actually speaking with the Prime Minister today. It's one of your initiatives. Earlier in her career, Vanessa spent 12 years at Toronto Community Housing, leading complex portfolios and contributing to major revitalization projects that strengthened community across Toronto. In every role, Vanessa has been a trusted advisor to City Council, to myself, to our senior leadership team, and to our many partners. She's known for her collaborative approach, her ability to solve very complex problems, and her commitment to building inclusive, high-performing teams. And a lot of the team members are here today. Melissa, as you move on to a new road with Build Canada, I want to extend best wishes on behalf of City Council. Come on down and allow us to present a scroll to you.
Thank you, Mayor, for that very generous introduction. Good morning, Mayor, again, members of Council, senior leadership team, and colleagues. Thank you. I'm very grateful for this recognition. It's overly generous. Today marks the end of 20 years in Toronto's municipal sector for me. And as you said, Mayor, 12 years at Toronto Community Housing and the last 8 years here at the City of Toronto. And the reason I stayed for 20 years is really simple. It has always been about people. Early on, I made a clear decision to dedicate my work to creating affordable housing for people who need a safe, secure place to call home. I came into this work because housing matters. Not as an idea, not as policy, but because it shapes lives. I've seen it firsthand and I've lived it firsthand. Over time, that belief grew into planning and city building and into a deep conviction that the decisions we make every day determine whether people feel stable, included, and able to build a future in this city. That responsibility has never been abstract to me. I want to thank Mayor Chow Yu and all members of Council for your leadership on housing, for taking on a crisis that demands urgency and courage, and for keeping people, the residents of Toronto, always at the center of the work that you do. That leadership is important and it matters. Thank you again. Today, though, I want to speak first and foremost to the people I'm actually leaving, which is my wonderful development review staff who are sitting there. I just want to say to you, your work is hard. You stand where growth, housing, infrastructure, politics, and public trust collide, often under intense pressure, often without recognition. The impact of what you do isn't always visible, but it is lasting. Behind every application is a family looking for a home, a neighborhood navigating change, or a community waiting for progress. And for too many in our city, it's about not having a home at all. And the urgency and responsibility it creates for all of us, I know that you carry that with you every day, so thank you. And I want to say to you, you just don't shape applications, you shape neighborhoods. You unlock housing, and you shape lives. You protect the public interest even when it's difficult, and even when it's uncomfortable. I am incredibly proud of you, and it has been an extreme pleasure to serve as your leader. Paul, thank you for your leadership and support, and for taking a chance on me, even when many others said our division would not be a success. And Jag, thank you for your trust, confidence, and for always giving me space to innovate and to work to build a better development review system. That really mattered. I also want to acknowledge colleagues across the city, including my former team and bosses in the Housing Secretariat, partners at Toronto Community Housing and Creatio, and our partners in the development industry and nonprofit sectors. City building only happens when people stay engaged, stay honest, and stay together. Before I leave, I want to say a few things to my development review team again and colleagues across the city. Please always remember the people behind your files or the emails that come in. Trust your judgment and take care of each other. The way you show up for one another is important as any decision that you make, because this work doesn't neatly stay at work. Public service does not end at the office door. It comes home with you. And in that vein, I need to thank my family, who are all looking online right now. Thank you. You've carried the long days, the tough days, and the weight of this work for 20 years. You've made sacrifices quietly and never asked me to step away from what I believed in, even when it meant missing really important family occasions because I was working on one last report. I could not have done this, and I would not be standing here without your love, patience, and constant support. I'm deeply grateful to you and for everything that you've given me, especially my parents, so that I can be standing here today. Leaving the public service after 20 years, well, the Toronto Public Service, after 20 years is not easy because it means leaving the people I truly and deeply care about. And Toronto, its residents, its neighborhoods, its communities will always stay with me. As I move on to my next chapter to work on housing at a national level, I do so with immense gratitude for this journey and with the absolute confidence that when we put people at the center of housing and city building, we build a more inclusive, equitable, and livable city every single time. So thank you again for this recognition. Thank you very much for this opportunity to serve. I will always be cheering on the City of Toronto, and you will now have a friend at the federal level. Thank you again. I'll send you an invite for the 12th.
Yeah, I know.
Lisa, it's your office.
But I think I have it on. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. One of the rare privileges of this job is the remarkable people you get to work with. And as Chair of Planning and Housing, working with Valesa for the last couple of years has really shown me what wonderful people dedicate their lives to public service and what an impact they can have when they do it to the standard that Valesa's done it. Much has been said, but I want to underscore, Valesa has transformed, profoundly changed the way that people live in the City of Toronto, not once, but twice. First, she created essentially what we now call the public builder model. It has been since I was 15 years old, and I'm not telling you how old I am, but it was a while ago that I was 15, that any order of government seriously invested in the idea that non-market housing was the way that we made sure that everyone in Toronto had somewhere to live. Valessa's work to create that public builder is literally, as the title of the report she wrote, transformational and generational. And Valessa, on that note, there's a $30 billion figure for the federal government in there I want to remind you of. This creates a different Toronto than the one we were on. Toronto, the path we were on, we were building housing that nobody wanted, but people were profiting from. All those little shoebox condos that were basically just casino chips and didn't house anybody are now being replaced with the City of Toronto leading or partnering in the construction of 2/3 of everything that is currently got a shovel in the ground. That is the kind of transformation that only a rare person can make happen, and Valessa made that happen. We voted for it, but she figured out how to make it work. And it's really remarkable. Thank you, Valessa. The other change, we've talked about the creation of development review, and we sort of, oh, we created a new branch of the public service. No. It was much more complex than that. The management of land use is a difficult and complicated task. It involves people from all kinds of different professional disciplines, engineers who specialize in water, engineers who specialize in transportation, professionals in the planning department, professionals in the parks department. And for those of us who've been here for a while, we knew that that merry-go-round of silos could mean that in some cases, development applications went through 3, 4, 5, 6, and sometimes 7 resubmissions, while people in different departments moved it back and forth. Valessa seamlessly, and not just painlessly, but joyfully, got people from all those professional disciplines to work together in teams, creating not just more housing more quickly, but creating a working environment where people looked forward to coming into City Hall to solve problems. And that is, after all, the highest calling of a public servant. In doing all of these things, though, it's important to remember that Valessa, as she said in her remarks, always kept people at the heart of her work. Not 2 weeks ago, I was talking to her about a development application for a really impressive public housing project in my ward, and she said, oh, that's going to affect so-and-so who lives at this address. You remember that? Yeah. She knew the name of the individual whose housing would be affected by an application. That level of commitment to knowing the people who are impacted by the decisions that we make and always having them in top of mind, well, Valessa, it's been a privilege to work with someone who works that way. Thank you so much for all you've done for the City of Toronto and for those of us who try to work to make it a better place.
Thank you.
Councillor Cenk, you wish to make an announcement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today with great pride to mark a historic moment for our city. For the first time ever, the City of Toronto has officially proclaimed February as Chinese Heritage Month in alignment with the province of Ontario and the TDSB. This is a long-awaited recognition for a community whose contributions have been foundational to Toronto's past, present, and future. Chinese communities have been part of Toronto's story since the 1870s, contributing through entrepreneurship, labor, culture, advocacy, and public service. From shaping neighborhoods and building small businesses to enriching arts, cuisine, festivals, and civic life, these contributions are deeply woven into the fabric of Toronto. Today, Chinese people make up nearly 11% of Toronto's population and more than 680,000 people across the GTA, making this the second largest Chinese community in North America, second only to New York City. This is something worth recognizing and celebrating. Chinese immigrants have arrived in Toronto from China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Malaysia, and Singapore, carrying with them unique regional traditions, dialects, and cuisines, from Cantonese and Hakka dishes to Taiwanese night markets and South Asian influences. These communities shape our local food, culture, and neighborhoods. There is also a powerful connection right here at Toronto City Hall, which actually stands on land that was the original Chinatown that was expropriated to make way for this very building. And fittingly, the last remaining restaurant from that era, Yue Tang, is still open today and remains beloved by many councillors here, including Deputy Mayor Malik. It is a reminder that and Councillor Bravo. It is a reminder that history lives on even as the city changes around us. On a personal note, my family made weekly trips to Spadina and Dundas for groceries, meals, and for connection. Chinatown was a chance for me to connect to my roots and to see faces that look like mine in our city. At the same time, many children of immigrants, like many children of immigrants, I felt embarrassed bringing Chinese food for lunch because sometimes kids would make fun of me for the smell and the way my food looked. But fast forward today, here in Toronto, most Torontonians are adept now to order dim sum, bubble tea, and use chopsticks. We have come a long way, and Willowdale is looking forward to welcoming TNT's largest location in Ontario. And Chinese Heritage Month also aligns with the Lunar New Year, a time of renewal, hope, and welcoming spring. And this is an invitation for all Torontonians to learn about the rich histories, traditions, and cultures that make our Chinese community, and that's something that we can celebrate together. I want to thank the Chinese Cultural Centre of Greater Toronto for their effort to make this proclamation happen, as well as their work on an Asian garden that is starting construction this spring, which will also celebrate Chinese architecture and bring to us even more cultural heritage. And as Mayor Olivia Chow's proclamation reminds us, the Chinese community's cultural, economic, political, and social contributions truly represent Toronto's motto, diversity is our strength. Happy Chinese Heritage Month, Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chernis Lynn, you would like to make an announcement?
Yes, thank you. Today marks Imamet Day, and I want to take this opportunity to commemorate the first anniversary of His Highness Prince Rahim Aga Khan, the fifth succession, as the 50th hereditary Imam of the global Ismaili Muslim community. Imamet Day reflects a tradition rooted in service to others, and a commitment to improving the quality of life across diverse societies. I see these values strongly reflected in Toronto's Ismaili community, whose volunteerism and civic engagement continue to make a positive impact across our city. Toronto is home to the Aga Khan Museum, the Aga Khan Park, and the Ismaili Centre Toronto, landmark institutions and spaces that enrich our city's cultural life and serve as places for learning, dialogue, and mutual understanding. On Imamet Day, I am so pleased to recognize the first anniversary of His Highness Prince Rahim Aga Khan V, as well as the Ismaili community's spirit of volunteerism and civic leadership across Toronto. Truly something to celebrate. Kushali Mubarak to all who are celebrating today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you wish to make an announcement?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor and pleasure to rise today to announce and give advance welcome to the Special Hockey International Tournament that is coming to York Centre, Toronto. 865 athletes and 56 teams from across the United States, Canada, and England will be coming to Toronto on March 5th, 6th, and 7th of this year to compete in the heart of Athletic York Centre at the Scotiabank Pond and Chesswood Arena. Special Hockey International is dedicated to providing opportunities for individuals with developmental disabilities to participate in hockey, promoting inclusion, fitness, and fun. Since its inception, Special Hockey International has brought together thousands of athletes and supporters from around the world. We have with us today the organizer of this transformational event, Michael Leota, who manages the host team, Grand Ravine Special Hockey. Michael, if you just want to wave, thank you so much for coming today. The roots of this remarkable event trace back to 1980 when Grand Ravine Special Hockey became the first special hockey club in the world. Founded in North York, Ontario, Grand Ravine has been a beacon for athletes with developmental disabilities, creating opportunities to enjoy Canada's national winter sport in a supportive and adaptive environment. The first Special Hockey International Tournament took place in 1994 in St. Louis, Missouri. This historic gathering saw just two teams, the Gateway Locomotives from the United States and the Grand Ravine Tornadoes from Canada, face-off setting the stage for a global movement that followed. Today, the SHI, or the Special Hockey International, tournament stands as a testament to the growth and impact of special hockey. The 2026 edition features an impressive 865 players, 56 teams, reflecting decades of dedication by volunteers, families, communities on both sides of the Atlantic. Next month, Toronto and York Centre will host a great coming together to unite, inspire, and empower on and off the ice, with millions will watch, while millions will watch the Olympics and the FIFA matches this summer. The heart and soul of a fully inclusive sport will be in York Centre, winning the hearts of all who will watch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, you would like to make a presentation?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, good morning. Mayor Chow, fellow members of council and staff and residents of Toronto. I rise before you at the start of Black History Month to direct your attention to the history of a people birthed in Africa, captured and scattered across the globe, to spawn the economic dominance of Western culture and empires. I speak as someone who has inherited this history, a people dehumanized and brutalized and forgotten, too often erased from the recorded history of human achievement, yet a people who survived and, through force of will, divine intervention, and the natural arc of the universe, stand today unbowed, though compromised. The picture is one of unparalleled resilience, beauty, grace, and born of hardship. Look around this room and you will see them in spaces once screened out of their ambitions and dreams, in jobs of trust and authority that reflects the presence of belonging. I have been a counselor since 2003. In my City Hall office hangs a frame prize print. It is a picture of William Peyton Hubbard, born at Bloor and Brunswick in the year 1842. At the time, he was one of 1,000 African Canadian residents in Toronto of a population of 40,000 people. W.P. Hubbard would become Toronto's first non-white alderman in 1894. He won 15 elections and served as acting mayor. And of course, during that year, those periods, there were one-year elections, so not 4 years. 127 years later, before the start of the current city council term of office, I was the lone black member of Toronto Council of 26. The press took great pleasure in reminding everyone in a city with the motto, diversity is our strength, of which boasted that Toronto is amongst the most multicultural city on earth. The city council makeup makes a mockery of the claim. But just look around us now. This past election drastically changed the complexion of Toronto City Council on Black History Month 2026. It's appropriate that we salute residents of Toronto for recognizing our presence in Toronto's mosaic. The first African to set foot in what is now called Canada was Mateus da Costa in 1608, hired as a translator for Samuel de Champlain expedition. 4 decades later, Louis XIV authorized slavery in New France. 100 years later, Black loyalists reached Nova Scotia, lured by the promise of freedom and land rights in exchange for fighting with the British in the American Revolution, 1775 to 1783. For too many of us, our knowledge of the presence of Africans in Canada ends with the shining achievement of the Underground Railroad. The path to freedom for many enslaved Americans, that lasted between 1815 and 1860. That's 45 years that's enshrined Canada as a place for freedom seekers. But there are so many more years and so much more to celebrate. In the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, waves of Africans from Caribbean plantations arrive in Canada to boost the vibe, bolster the culture, and spice up the recipes in this new Canada. The sudden bursts of Blackness overshadowed a couple of centuries of Black achievement in the Great White North. In 1857, William Nelson Hall became the first person and the first Nova Scotian to win Canada's Victoria's Cross. On the other side of the country, in 1861, James Douglas became the first Black politician appointed in Canada and then took over as governor of the colony of British Columbia. At Douglas's invitation, African Americans migrated from California to Victoria to become Canada's first and only Black police force. Thousands of Blacks fought in our army against the British in the War of 1812. 100 years later, in 1916, in the First World War, military officials allowed the creation of the No. 2 Construction Battalion of exclusively Black soldiers. They were not permitted to fight and instead served in the Canadian Forestry Division. We know Jackie Robinson played for the Montreal Royals as the first Black player in the major leagues in 1946. When Senator Barack Obama, soon to become the first and only U.S. president, visited Canada in 2005, he was met with our only Black lieutenant governor, the Right Honorable Michael Jean. So when students across Canada this Black History Month are assigned to make presentations on significance of famous Black Canadians, Madam Speaker, they are a plethora of choices. My favorites currently are Jean Augustine, the Honorable Lincoln Alexander, Henry and Mary Bibby, Canada's first Black newspaper published in 1851, Mary Ann Shadd, the provincial freeman established in 1853, Dudley Laws, who was one of the persons helping to develop and creating the SIU, Beverly Maskell, a businesswoman, Howard McCready, politician, and of course, Viola Irene Desmond, who is actually on the Canadian $10 bill. Members of Council, later this year, Ida Sadu, owner of a different bookless bookstore, will enshrine an iconic Toronto neighborhood at Bathurst and Bloor as Black Hearst. It is and has been a gathering place for Blacks since Deborah Brown escaped slavery in America to settle on Markham Street. This corner of our city region is one of the many where displaced people huddled around a commercial strip that germinates into a cultural flowering of Blackness, smack in the middle of a high-rise condo conglomerate that has replaced Honest Ed and Mervis Village. Ida Sadu and friends have carved out the People's Residence and Cultural Center as a permanent visible presence that curates the stories of for generations. Toronto Council facilitated this welcome evolution with a land lease, and you should be very proud, because Willie P. Hubbard would have been very proud of our actions. Freedom lovers everywhere anticipate a future where people of African descent walk shoulder to shoulder across Canada, not as a 51st state, but elbows up as proud Canadians. Today, the Black History Month, and every year thereafter. So, Speaker, thank you for that. And my second announcement, Speaker, I want to let Council know, provide you with an update on the city's effort to support Jamaica following the devastating impact of Hurricane Melissa, the first Category 5 hurricane in Jamaica's recorded history. The storm caused catastrophic and unprecedented damages, displacing families, destroying homes, and severely impacting critical infrastructure. In response, with the advocacy from my office, the city moved quickly to stand in solidarity with the people of Jamaica and Jamaican Canadian community here. The mayor has been very involved and very helpful, and we want to thank her for her leadership in assisting with us in this effort. Working in partnership with the Jamaican Consulate, the Jamaican Canadian Association, and of course the Office of the Mayor as well, the City Manager, Mr. Johnson, thank you so much for you and your team and effort, and Chief Jim Jessup of the Toronto Fire Services, 311 Customer Service Experience. Our city coordinated a comprehensive response to support both financially and in kind. This included the city's Donate TO portal, established as well 12 fire stations as location for drop-off across the city, and launching a strong public communication campaign to mobilize residents, staff, and stakeholders. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the impact of these collected efforts. Speaker, as of today, the Jamaican Canadian Relief Fund has raised $692,509.03, a testament to the generosity of Torontonians and the strength of our partnership. We continue to promote donations to the Jamaican Canadian Association's effort through the city's Donate TO portal, ensuring residents can still contribute to long-term recovery and rebuilding. Beyond the fundraising and outreach that generated significant engagement, the campaign reached millions through traditional and social media, received overwhelmingly positive coverage, and drove thousands of people to visit and to donate resources. The Toronto Fire Service alone received and delivered 121 boxes of critical in-kind supplies, helped to meet the immediate needs on the ground. As we move forward into the next phase, into the in-kind donation have concluded in alignment with the Jamaican Canadian Association's timeline, while financial donations will continue to be accepted through the Donate TO portal until March 31st, 2026. This ensures, Speaker, that we continue to support the traditional process through the transitions from emergency to recovery and, of course, rebuilding. I also want to thank Raymond Badsey from Badsey Foods in Scarborough for his team effort in helping us and for obviously allowing us to participate at the event when we had the press conference. I finally want to thank again all the city staff, our partners, and the many residents who stepped forward. This response demonstrates what is possible when compassion, coordination, and community come together. Toronto showed up, not just in words, but in action. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
I just want to say briefly that it was my turn today to bring treats. They're in the back, and they're from Progress Bakery at Dover Court and Hallam, so enjoy your natash and your savory treats. And I also want to encourage the clerks to dip in this time.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll start the agenda. This special meeting of council has been called for the following purposes: to consider reports from the community councils, to consider the report from the Planning and Housing Committee, and to consider new business from the mayor and city officials, and to consider item FWC 9.2 headed FIFA World Cup 2026 Toronto non-competitive contract with AmpThink for temporary network expansion and integration at Toronto Stadium, subject to a vote to remove the item from the jurisdiction of the Executive Committee, and to consider bills and confirmatory bills. Members of council, this is a special meeting under council's procedures. No new business items such as motions without notice may be introduced. This rule cannot be waived. Members, the mayor has scheduled a second special meeting for 2 p.m. today to consider 5 urgent items. Here's how we will manage our time. When we break for lunch, I will recess the first meeting until the conclusion of the second meeting. When we return at 2 p.m., I will call the second meeting to order, and we will consider those 5 urgent items. Then we will resume our first meeting and complete that agenda. Members, there is an administrative inquiry under council's procedure. City Council can receive an administrative inquiry for information or refer it to a council committee. We have an administrative inquiry 36.1 from Councillor Sachs regarding blue bin litter. The answer to this inquiry from the General Manager, Solid Waste Services, has been posted with the council agenda on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Perks?
Yes, I'll move receipt.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'll move receipt.
Okay, Councillor Perks is moving receipt, recorded vote.
Ask questions of staff?
No, it's either receipt or refer.
Well, then I'd like to refer it to committee, please.
Okay, well, let's vote on the receive motion first, and that doesn't carry, then we'll...
Point of order.
Yeah.
The referral takes precedent over receipt
On this item.
on any item.
No, I know, but we never done it. Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, so Councillor Sachs is moving referral, recorded vote. Yeah.
Councillor Crisanti, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
In the affirmative. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? Thank you. And Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please?
Negative.
In the negative. Thank you.
Bruce is here as well.
Councillor Burnside, are you able to vote?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor, we've closed the vote. How do you vote, please, Councillor Burnside? And Councillor Matlow? And Councillor Perruzza?
In the negative.
In the negative. Thank you.
I don't see Councillor Pruitt's on the screen. Is he?
The motion to refer the item does not carry. The vote is 10 to 14.
So on the receipt motion, on favor, carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee.
I will. I don't have it yet. I'm waiting. There we go. Members, I would like to move that the report from meeting 27 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Members, we had a really busy day at Planning and Housing. we considered 20 items, which is a lot of work. And I think that just reflects on some of what we were saying earlier about the great work Valessa and the Development Review team and the Affordable Housing team have been doing at the City of Toronto, bringing us not just a lot of reports with new affordable housing, but also a lot of work to really update the planning framework in the City of Toronto. And it's great work, and it's a real testament to our public service and this council. One item that's on that agenda, item number 1, which started out a while back as being about iceberg homes, but has since grown into trees and pools and stars and fields and rocks and rainbows and all kinds of other things. A number of you have approached me saying that we feel we need more work to be done on it. So I wanted to just alert you. My intention is to speak first on the item and to move a referral so that we can get that extra work done. In fact, Councillor Holliday, of all people, came to me and said, why don't we do this one without any questions of staff so we can just get it out of the way? So I think in that spirit, on 17.1, let's just refer it. I also wanted to alert you that on 27.6, there's a supplementary I'm going to be moving if you just want to look at that. And otherwise, as always, thanks to the public service and the member of council for so much good work.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Speaker. That the report from meeting 28 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Members, there's 6 items on the Etobicoke York Community Council agenda. I want to draw your attention to a couple of really important ones. The first one is 250 the East Mall and a recognition of the work of Councillor Morley. This is a really, really big development application. 5,536 units in 15 buildings, 10 of which are high-rise. And it should be noted that it is a development on the Cloverdale Mall site. And if you're familiar with the west end of the city, Cloverdale Mall is an iconic location connected to people throughout Etobicoke because of its social and cultural importance. And so this is an item of tremendous sensitivity and has been a tremendous amount of work for Deputy Mayor Morley, the public service involved, and of course the developer. The second item is a really good news story, and that is an agreement to collaborate with Hydro One Network for the construction on the Etobicoke Greenway Trail project. Once complete, the Etobicoke Greenway Trail will span 3 city wards. It will be about 5 kilometers long, and it will run directly through Etobicoke, connecting, actually passing through the site next to the Eglinton West LRT, all the way down to the Kipling subway station. And it's one of those great projects that comes out of work from Hydro One. This is the city seizing an opportunity to create and cultivate green space and have a really important transportation connection. So I'm really excited about this. Council should be really excited about this because it's a great story. And of course, the agenda rounds out with the assumption of services on 3 new city streets that we will add. And congratulations to our snow clearing folks. Those will be 3 new streets for you to worry about next winter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 29 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
I do. Good morning, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move that the report from meeting number 28 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Now, the report from meeting 28 of Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda for council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from the mayor and city officials? Councilor Prusa, do you want to do that?
I'm very happy to do that. Can you put it on the screen and I'll move that?
Yeah, go ahead.
That new business from the mayor and city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Speaker.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Any opposed? Motion carried. Members, I will now ask for motion to remove item FWC 9.2 headed FIFA World Cup 2026 from the Executive Committee. Councillor Cole, would you like to move that? Okay, just a sec. Hold on. Go ahead.
I move that in accordance with Section 27-7.10 of Municipal Code, Chapter 27, Council Procedures, City Council remove the following item from the Executive Committee and bring the item forward to the City Council for consideration. And that is FWC 9.2 headed FIFA World Cup 2026 Toronto non-competitive contract with AMP Link for temporary network expansion and integration at Toronto Stadium. I so move.
On favor, opposed, if any,
Aye.
carried.
Morning. No, I'm upstairs.
The item will be brought forward and held in Councillor Cole's name. At this point, are there any declarations of interest? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest, and remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. Don't see any. I will now call for petitions. Don't see any. Members, I will now review the order paper. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 36.6, review of the order paper. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold, and I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. Okay, so planning and housing. Councillor Cheng.
I'd like to hold PH 27.8, visitor parking requirements.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I've got two. First, I'd like to hold 27.6, and sorry, I'm just going to scroll to get the title.
405 Sherbourne.
405 Sherbourne. I can release that by moving the supplementary.
Okay, so the staff are ready for you that. So on the supplementary report for PH 27.6. Yeah, give us a second to put it up on the screen. There it is on the screen. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Okay, Councillor Perks?
I think we have to do the item
too. Sorry, item is amended, on favor, carried.
And my second one, I would like to hold PH 2720, preserving employment lands and protecting local jobs.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Madam Speaker, the item I wanted to hold was just held, so.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I did send in a motion, could be a miracle because I sent it recently, about PH 27.2. I don't know if clerks have that. It's a quick release.
No, it's not ready yet, apparently.
But that can be a quick release.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we'll go to Etobicoke York Community Council. North York Community Council. Scarborough Community Council. Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Moyes.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold item TE 28.12.
Okay, and the title, please?
353 to 355 Sherburne Street and 157 Carlton Street.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matlow. Oh, sorry, do you have another one? Do you have another
Well,
one?
CC 36.10 is also related to this item as well. Can I hold it now, or do you?
No, wait till we get to it.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Matlow.
I was just going to check if there's an item that I could quick release if the amendment is ready on TE 28.4, 808 Mount Pleasant.
Which is 808 Mount Pleasant Road?
Yeah, if the amendment's ready with the clerk, I can.
Okay, I'll just check. Does the amendment ready? It's ready. Okay, so put it on the screen, Councillor Matlow. Okay, there it is on the screen.
I move that as a package.
So on Councillor Matlow's amendment on T 28.4, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Okay. Now we'll go to CC items. Councillor Moyes. Pardon? Councillor Bravo? Councillor Bravo on CC items.
Thank you, Speaker. On CC 36.2, I just want to draw attention to my letter thanking the mayor for bringing the waiver of application fees to support the redevelopment of Safe Haven in my ward to this council agenda. It's a really important support and care services for children and youth and adults with complex medical and developmental needs. They're expanding service capacity, and Safe Haven would like to incorporate affordable, accessible housing into the project, helping to support vulnerable populations. We've been working very closely with Safe Haven. I just wanted to share this excellent news. And again, thank you, Mayor Chow.
Is there a motion on this? Did you say? No? Okay, so you're just releasing it?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Bravo is releasing CC 36.2. On favor, carried.
And I have a...
Oh, you have another one? Okay.
Yes, on CC 36.4, I'd like to move reappointment of the council members to the Hockey Hall of Fame Board of Directors as vice chair of the committee.
Okay. On the amendment by Councillor Bravo, on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Madam Speaker, CC 36.10, 353 and 355 Sherburne Street and 157 Carlton Street. This is the heritage piece.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So, all those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. So we will now proceed with the consideration of our first item, which is planning and housing, PH 27.1. Councillor Holiday held the item. Okay, Councillor Perks?
Yes.
Do you have questions?
No, and I hope we can do this without.
Okay, well, let's just see if anybody has questions. Does anybody have any questions on this item? On PH 27.1? Seeing none. Okay, Councillor Perks, go ahead. Councillor Perks?
Just a sec, I think
Councillor Perks?
Yes, I have a referral motion.
Okay, so Councillor Perks, it's on
So
this.
I would like to refer item PH 27.1 to the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, and request a report at the earliest possible Planning and Housing Committee with an assessment of impacts of the proposed official plan policies on enabling the implementation and uptake of multiplex and other infill development projects. B, impacts of the proposed changes on construction of new swimming pools, including any potential revisions to minimize additional, you can ask me a question then. To minimize additional approval processes and or costs for applicants, and C, the prevalence of permits issued for small-scale apartment buildings in residential zones on major streets with larger below-ground footprints than above-ground footprints.
Okay. So we do have the amendment, the referral motion on the screen. Oh, Councillor Chernes-Lynn, you have questions, so
yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So to the mover, I wonder if you would consider a friendly amendment. I thought you were just doing a general referral so that we could ask on anything and that staff would consider a variety of different things.
Yes.
You've elucidated only specific things. So I would like more information from staff, for example, on things like what the impact of not allowing permeable parking, permeable pavers on parking, what that means for perhaps like the uptake of electric vehicles. So I have a number of questions and issues that I would like to ask on. And I'm wondering if your motion, the way you've phrased this, means that I'm not going to be able, when this comes back to planning and housing, because you're moving referral that's not in a general aspect. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So to be clear, everything in the original report comes back. This is additional work on top of that.
Okay. So from your perspective, if I want more information from staff and I want to discuss that issue, for example, that I just raised, I'll be able to do that at planning and housing.
You could, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and in fact, I just got a thumbs up from someone in the strategic initiatives group in the planning department.
I just want to make sure that this referral is not
It
limited
doesn't say
just to
these are the
these
only
A, B, C. Okay.
It says go do additional work on these as well as bring back the original report.
Okay, so I will reach out to staff in the meantime with the hopes that they'll.
Perfect.
On the referral by Councillor Perks. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Okay, next item is PH 27.2, Toronto Builds. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
That motion that's being prepared, so perhaps we'll just hold
To
that.
hold it down?
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
Yes, because there's on. No. No. Okay, our next item is PH 27.3, Scarborough Centre Secondary Plan. Councillor Thompson, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
I do, Speaker, but I don't think we're ready just yet. If you could just give us.
Who's not ready?
Pardon me? I'm not ready, and the staff has to also finalize the motion. Thank you.
Okay.
But I'm happy to ask questions.
Well, hold on. Let me just see if there's
Sure.
other people that have questions on this item.
Please, go ahead.
Did you want to ask questions now, Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm happy to facilitate that if you'd like.
Okay, well, does anybody have any questions? Just Councillor Thompson? Can you put your, if you have questions, can somebody put their name on the screen, please? Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much.
Questions
Thank you, Madam
to staff.
Speaker. Through you to staff. Can someone help me to understand what is the impact with respect to Bill 17 on the secondary plan?
Through the Speaker, there were policies in the recommended secondary plan that could have been read to be implementing new complete application requirements. We've worked with the impacted landowners to come to a place where that would not be the case. Bill 17 does not allow for new complete application requirements to be adopted via amendment without consent of the minister.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. There had been some issues as it related to impact on employment land. Can you tell me how this was addressed through the secondary plan? And then specifically, there's some issues around language relating to Atlantic packaging, particularly Oxford Properties and Mondelez. Can you tell us how you have addressed those to the satisfaction of all parties and, of course, to the city?
Through the Speaker, a unique characteristic of the secondary plan area is that its neighbors are employment lands rather than more generally residential areas, as would be the case for other centers. Compatibility and mitigation was a main component of those conversations to ensure that the surrounding industries remained viable. Since committee, we've had very detailed conversations with Atlantic Packaging to again land with the precision that they were looking for in those compatibility and mitigation policies, as well as other property owners that may be impacted, and I can advise council that we've come to a good resolution on all matters.
All right. Can you then help me to understand, as part of the long-term growth, residential capacity, and so on, how, through the secondary plan, how have we dealt with, or how will the envisioning of amenity space, parklands, services and so on that are needed in any community that's going to grow, particularly this one, which will have a population of approximately 72,000 people?
Through you, Speaker, there's a tangible community services and facilities strategy that is brought forward with the secondary plan in close collaboration with the school boards and operators. Park staff can advise that early development can be accommodated through the existing community centers to the south of the site. A site has been reserved within the secondary plan area for potential community center for longer term growth, and the school boards have been kept advised of growth potential and are, of course, through executive committee direction, working with the city on a jointly owned site to deliver a school in the near term.
And in the motion that staff have prepared, addresses the issues as it relates to the impact on potential lands and compatibility, as well as the framework with respect to speaking about the history of the area, the contribution of facility space, and also issues around transportation and the benefits that have accrued over the years.
Through the Speaker, I can advise that the motion we've worked on with you and affected stakeholders does in fact provide stronger compatibility and mitigation language for the surrounding employment lands. It also does call out some of the early history of the secondary plan area, Moriyama's plan and the town center master plan that recognizes the civic center and the mall as key components of that, as well as surrounding public spaces. It also does speak to some of the transportation improvements that would be required potentially off-site and how the city and affected landowners could operate in development applications to ensure they're secured.
Thank you. And can you finally, Mr. Ventresca, can you perhaps just walk through for council's understanding the time, the preparation, the communication, the varying meetings that we've had relating to this secondary plan preparation, commencing from the takeoff of replacing the 2005 plan?
Through the Speaker, it has been a robust consultation process led by my colleague Kelly Dines, who's here with us today. 20 meetings of various formats in various forms were held, Instagram surveys, 24, thank you, Councillor, as well as multiple check-ins with Scarborough Community Council and Council to ensure that we were on the right path. Most recently in April, a series of community meetings in person at the Civic Center were held that refined the draft that was before Community Council in June and Planning and Housing Committee in this cycle.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was your last
Deputy
question,
Speaker.
Councillor. Councillor Cheng, do you have some questions here? Hang on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
This area is designated a center. What makes a center unique in our city?
Through the Speaker, centers are areas where mixed-use growth is intended to be concentrated. The 4 centers, in addition to the downtown, are anticipated to absorb much of the mixed-use growth and are usually centered around transit and other important amenities.
Is there also a mix of use in terms of the employment lands, the retail as well? So it's not just live, but live and work?
Through the Speaker, for clarity, the employment lands areas are on the shoulders of Scarborough Centre. They're outside of the centre boundary, and one of the amendments before Council is to remove a set of lands from the centre that house employment uses to avoid that confusion in the future. Within the centre, of course, there's a concentration of retail, office, commercial uses, the Civic Centre being a key component, as well as the federal building, that will ensure employment opportunities are available to optimize the subway when it opens in the 2030s.
And is there any part of the secondary plan that envisions more office towers being built, the addition of? Because we find in this current context, it's very hard to get that to happen.
Through the Speaker, the policies strongly encourage office development, particularly in the McCowan district around the new subway station. What's really important is that the market is limited currently in terms of generating new buildings from spec. But the existing buildings around Concilium Place can be renovated up to a Class A level, which would be attractive, particularly when the subway opens.
So what tools do we have to actually build out neighborhoods, especially centers that are live, work, play?
Through the Speaker, this is one of the tools, the land use policy framework. There are also opportunities through economic development strategies and just championing causes to ensure that, you know, the live and work can happen. One policy that was included in the secondary plan speaks to strategic partnerships around a potential multi-use facility, an arena, a community space, a theater, something to the west or to the east end of the secondary plan, similar to in your ward in North York Centre, the Performing Arts Centre, which again started as a small policy in the secondary plan, but with local champions and partnership became the building that's there today.
And what is the projected total population estimated for Scarborough Centre with a full build-out of the secondary plan?
With the full build-out of the secondary plan, in excess of 70,000 residents are expected. That's growth from an existing 14,000 residents. An employment total would be in the 20,000, 22,000 range. That's in addition to the 28,000 jobs that are just east and west of the centre in the employment areas.
In light of the role that centers play in our city and in light of that mix that we hope to achieve to get neighborhoods that are work, live, play, do you think that there would be a benefit to center secondary plans to have specific economic and cultural development plans and investment?
Through the Speaker, of course, every centre is different. I would say it all starts from a good land use policy basis, and how that is taken up by partner divisions or agencies or the market is really where it comes down to. Also, the historical development of a place has a heavy impact on how centres can achieve that live, work, play. Again, Scarborough Centre at the core of an employment area along the 401 has a little bit of a different relationship with how the work happens than, say, a North York Centre or a Young Eglinton Centre, which are surrounded by neighbourhoods.
But do you think a plan would be helpful to support the fulfillment of this policy? So you have a secondary plan, but in order to bring it to its fulfillment, it can't just be tied to the planning policy, but it actually needs a runway where there is thoughtfulness and investment.
Thank you for the clarifying question. Through the Speaker, The land use policies, again, are not intended to stand alone. Economic development strategies and other initiatives that come forward either through council or other initiatives, in this case, the Scarborough Community Renewal Organization is strongly invested in making sure that that happens. They'll always be helpful and will assist staff in making sure that those spaces remain. And the local councillor, as I've been.
And just one last question.
Last question.
How many additional schools will be needed to support the 70,000 people? Even though we can't control it, just how many would we need?
Through the speaker, we've been advised by the public board that they will require 2 additional schools. One site is already owned within the centre and is currently under development for a new school and master planning process. Other sites have been reserved through the settlement of an application by Oxford Properties, so around the mall to the north, and they're both are conceptually identified in the secondary plan right now.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis. Oh, sorry, just one sec. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question to Mr. Ventresca. I see here in the recommendation number 3, why are we going into the process of renaming Progress Avenue?
Through the speaker, as Progress is reconstructed and realigned, from a navigation perspective, there'll be need for an east and a west. Progress Avenue currently is severed because the bridge was taken down for construction of the subway. And then when it is brought through the center, just for address and clarity of navigation, it will need an east and a west, and that will help support the policy frameworks which treat Progress Avenue differently east of McCowan than west of McCowan.
So there is a possibility that we might have an entirely new name of the street, of the avenue.
Through the speaker, it's just a Progress Avenue East and a Progress Avenue West for emergency services and those sorts of things.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow. I believe that you want to make an introduction on a school, Humewood Community School, that's in your ward. The students are here.
I want to send greetings to the wonderful students of Humewood Community School who are here to learn about their municipal government and see how democracy works in action. Welcome to Humewood. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Now, speakers on the item, if you can put your name on the screen to speak. Councillor, point of order, Councillor Thompson.
A very long motion that they have to deal with in terms of preparing. It's not ready yet, so may I ask that this matter be held down for us to speak to the item when the motion is finalized?
Okay.
They're working diligently on it, and I'd like to give them and afford them the opportunity to do so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are we ready with Councillor Fletcher's motion? I just want to see if it's ready yet. Is it ready? Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
I'm just asking to hold it because I'm waiting for Councillor Bradford and I have to share it with him. So
Oh,
can
so
we just-
hold it. Okay.
Can we just,
Okay, I'll hold it. All right, guess we have to go to the next item then. PH 27.8, visitor parking requirements. Councillor Cheng, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Cheng.
So on page 57 of the consultant report that was submitted, It says that despite the observations of peak parking utilization exceeding the current minimum parking requirements, it is not prudent to interpret this finding as indicative of a need to declare that residential visitor parking rate requirements are inadequate. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to that comment and what we can do with that data.
Through the speaker, the study also found many sites that had quite low parking utilizations. So the comment is about just the variation in findings.
But the average exceeded the current minimum.
The average exceeded the current minimum because the availability of parking was there.
Right. And there was only 10 new sites visited for this study, and everything else was historical data. Is that correct?
There were 14 sites collected for this study and 55 other sites that have been collected in the previous 10 years.
Data. And the historical data showed a higher use. Is that correct?
I don't know that off the top of my head. We didn't separate by historic counts and current counts.
And there was a lot of information about just parking principles in this report, but in fact, there wasn't a lot of distinction made about the role visitor parking plays versus other types of parking. I'm wondering why that happened.
The study was really about the overall utilization of parking. Staff reports previously have commented on the value of visitor parking for being able to support maintenance workers to buildings, personal support workers, and other sorts of uses.
But the study didn't actually examine those uses or how people might need those uses across our city.
The nature of the study didn't allow us to know why people were using the visitor parking, just whether or not they were.
So basically the study was done, but there really isn't meaningful data to make a conclusion at this point.
I would agree with that. The study was too small given the wide variation in the use of visitor parking to make firm conclusions one way or another.
And what could be done to rectify that? Because a lot of us suburban councillors see this future where the inadequate numbers of visitor parking being proposed is going to result in issues and challenges we're going to have to try to solve later on.
A much larger study would be needed to know exactly how much visitor parking is useful at any particular site. Separately, city staff is also working on a strategic parking framework that will look at the amount of parking needed in different areas all over the city.
And is it true that the province has taken away our ability to even ask for visitor parking near MTSAs and PMTSAs?
That's correct. We're not able to ask for any parking other than bicycle parking within MTSAs and PMTSAs.
And have they suggested what residents should do when they need a contractor, a PSW, or their parents are visiting from outside the city and need a visitor parking space? Is there a suggestion of what the city should be doing to solve that problem?
Not that I'm aware of.
And so there still is work being done on a strategic parking framework that could include in their scope how we're going to service future growth if we're not going to be depending on developers to support their new growth that they're adding to our communities.
That's correct.
And with regard to accessible parking, it's also not something we're able to speak to directly in the PMTSAs and MTSAs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what does that mean that it's now under AODA? What then can we require through AODA? What scope do we have there with regard to the MTSAs and PMTSAs?
The AODA sets percentages of parking that are provided that have to be accessible. The city zoning bylaw sets higher percentages, and we are able to require those percentages of voluntarily provided parking to be accessible.
So now we're only going to be bound by a smaller requirement through AODA. Is that correct?
We're still able to enforce the zoning bylaw requirements that are slightly higher than AODA, but it's only a percentage of the voluntarily provided parking. We're not able to require accessible parking if the site isn't planning to provide parking on its own.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you. Through you to staff. How vigorously did staff explore underground shared parking as a visitor option? Because traditionally, when you have multi-unit buildings, the visitor parking is at grade. Now, there's hundreds of empty spots during the day when people are at work. Is there a hybrid model that we can explore?
The city already allows visitor parking to be shared with things like commercial uses. In newer builds, the city pushes most new parking to be in structures below grade.
Now, in the report, you say we're constrained because the province has made amendments to the Planning Act that we can have, or I guess Bill 185, we prevent the city from having any parking requirements in MTSAs and PMTSAs. Now, should these buildings should we be removing parking restrictions on side streets that would allow, I guess under bylaw, 3-hour minimum to park while visiting someone?
I think that's up to council to decide whether it's reasonable for their communities, but that is one option that's on the table.
Now, we are adding more retail at grade in many of these buildings. And retail will not survive without some temporary parking. How can we say that the parking is there for people visiting retail, but when you're visiting a person, you can't park there? Or am I missing something?
I'm not sure that I follow your question, sir.
Well, we create parking for retail because retail will never fill capacity at grade in one of these buildings. We do that all the time. I'd like to know how we're permitted to provide retail parking, which is someone visiting a retail store, but we cannot provide the same for people visiting a person.
So we're not, within MTSAs, we're not allowed to require any parking at all, whether it's for residential or commercial. On street, we generally manage residential versus commercial demand through pricing or by designating loading zones.
What percentage of the buildings that are impacted are in these two clusters, MTSAs and PMTSAs?
More than half of the development in the city since the parking regulation changes in 2022 happened within MTSAs.
So could we have a hybrid where we're following Bill 185 based on provincial statute and limiting it in those areas, but we can...
So outside of MTSAs, the city does have minimum visitor parking requirements.
And is it the 0.005?
It's 2 spaces per building plus 0.05 per dwelling unit within the building. So if you had a 100-unit building, it would be 7 spaces total.
In a 100-unit building, 7 spaces?
7 visitor spaces, yeah.
When you were exploring it, did we look at demographics, aging population, caregiving, people who have temporary help to help with an aging population? Do we look at that aging trend where we need more visitor parking because of caregivers or supports? Do we look at that dynamic?
That motivated maintaining the visitor parking requirements back in 2022. It wasn't part of this study that happened in 2025.
Can builders go to Committee of Adjustment to eliminate visitor parking completely?
They could, and there are sites coming in with less visitor parking than the minimum requirements now.
So people visiting that building would either, I guess, park underground or park on a side street?
Or be dropped off or take transit or walk or something else, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. A couple of technical questions. The recommendations before us today are based in part on a third-party consulting study. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the third-party consulting study drew conclusions based on, I think, was it 12 buildings that they surveyed?
It was 14 new counts plus 55 other counts that had happened in the previous 10 years.
So 14 buildings, and those were counted in May of 2025?
I can't remember the specific timing. It was mid-year 2025.
2025, okay. And how many buildings would be eligible within the City of Toronto for the study? What's the total N number?
It's in the thousands.
In the thousands. The 55 buildings that form the appendix, how did they factor into the findings of the consultant?
They were treated consistently with the new counts.
And those counts were done, I think, starting in 2017, substantially through to 2020, I think into January and February of 2020, and then they stopped. And then there was a few done a little bit later than that. Is that correct?
There was a count that happened at least as long ago as 2015, but the bulk of them were in the late teens, early 20s.
Okay, so we're still looking at potentially not quite 10-year-old data, but several years old.
Correct.
Okay. Did they adjust at all for buildings that are located in places where there is either zero or very, very minimal external parking opportunities?
There weren't any adjustments. They did include sites that had green P in the area as well as sites that did not have green P in the area.
Did they treat them statistically different?
No, they were treated the same.
Was there any study, so they studied the relationship between the parking supply ratio and the parking supply demand ratio. So that's a single number. Did they look at absolute values? In other words, did they draw distinctions between a very small location where there might be 5 visitor spaces and a certain redemption rate versus a location where there might be 100 visitor spaces? And did they factor in any behavior differences between those?
If they did, it wasn't a significant part of their work.
Okay. And I asked these questions, do I have the understanding that staff drew the conclusion that there just wasn't enough data to bring about a policy change?
That's a fair conclusion, yes.
Is there any opportunity in the future, if this continues to be examined, to look beyond just the opinions of consultants, but to the actual boards or customers, the people that live in these places, at least with respect to their perceptions of the availability of parking? I mean, it is their guests that have to go through this.
Yeah. So at the same time that we had hired the consultant, we did do a public survey.
Okay.
It had relatively limited responses as well. The responses were quite polarized, with about half of the respondents saying that there wasn't enough visitor parking and the other half saying that it was more than adequate.
I guess my last piece, and it just, Councillor Pasternak inspired it, was there any work done to look at where visitor parking and parking for non-residential uses within a complex overlap each other? Say are double counted or half counted?
But in this particular study, we tried to focus on sites that were only like exclusive visitor use parking. I believe there were 2 sites that had mixed commercial and visitor, but they were emphasized in the report.
And I guess my last is a general question. When we make planning decisions at City Council, and we rely on advice about parking and so on, are there ever any cases where parking is externalized? So, you know, we often think of the model that parking is down in the basement or it's somewhere on the site, and the parking that serves the building that's being developed or cluster of buildings is contained. Do we ever have situations where there are third party is not the right word, but external sites that are independently owned, maybe on-street parking where it factors into the decision? In other words, we're relying on the commitment of someone else to make the parking work. Do we ever do that? Or do we stick with the former thing I described of servicing contained within the property itself?
So the intent is that development is supposed to serve all of their needs on site, and we ask developers to demonstrate that they're doing that through the transportation impact studies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cherneslin.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question of clarification to staff. In answer to Councillor Lily Chang, she was asking about whether we can, I can't remember exactly what she was asking, but it was stated that we can't request anymore because of I assume because of Bill 185, that you can't have parking on site, but we can still request it, we just can't require it. I just want to make sure I understand that correctly, right?
That's correct. We're able to request it, we can't require it.
Okay. And then I just want to, I guess, understand, when we think about visitor parking, we're also considering things like Amazon deliveries, food deliveries, that kind of thing as well?
Generally, those uses would go to loading areas or stop on streets or in driveways as opposed to going to visitor parking, but they would be allowed to use visitor parking.
Okay. I'm just concerned that in PMTSAs and MTSAs, these are generally very busy intersections. I don't think we want those stopping on major streets, because that's generally not allowed. So we wouldn't want to be encouraging that. So I guess I would just, I think it's important that everybody's continuing to request, even if we're not allowed to require, because I do think these are things we need to be thinking about. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. My questions are in relation to the letter from Bina, particularly starting with the issue of conflict between Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act and Bill 185 saying we can't have parking. We have many people who are disabled, have mobility limitations, but also many people become disabled as they age. And once the building is built, there either is parking in it or there isn't. So what is, I mean, it says it's going to be accommodated within the building, but it's not. So what is the plan for ensuring that people with mobility limitations or people with family members with mobility limitations, what is the plan for managing this conflict between AOTA requirements and Bill 185 and the city's parking strategy?
The AODA requirements were never absolute requirements for accessible parking. They were only ever a percentage of the parking that was provided, which had to be accessible. And that was a challenge that staff recognized in our earlier work on accessible parking, where we introduced absolute requirements for accessible parking. The province, unfortunately, no longer allows us to do that within MTSAs. So as a city, we're going to have to find other ways to allow people with disabilities to continue to have the mobility that they need to achieve the things that lead to a high quality of life, such as providing accessible transit or accessible sidewalks and other modes of transportation.
So you're saying that given that every Wheel-Trans trip costs the public $50, are you saying that the cost of accommodating all disability needs are now going to fall on the public purse instead of being provided by the developer?
I'm not saying that. There are many ways that people with disabilities are able to travel, and the city is trying to provide a variety of them for everyone so that they have choice about how they travel. In this case, if there isn't accessible parking, one of their choices is limited in driving themselves.
For some people.
For some people.
Right, but then if there's nowhere to park. So you say that you're going to address this through an area parking strategy. I don't understand how that can work in wards like mine, where we're actively converting parking spaces to housing. Where are these people supposed to park?
In some cases, not everyone will be able to park. The city will have to provide other options other than driving, and that's true already.
Oh, it's absolutely already true in my ward. There isn't room for everybody to park, but focusing specifically on people with disabilities, I don't understand what the plan is here. You're recommending no change in parking standards. Recognize that we already have a conflict. So shouldn't we be, loading zone review is fine, but shouldn't we have, as part of the city's parking strategy, a plan for people with disabilities that are not being accommodated under the provincial system?
I think that's a fair comment.
All right. Question to our city solicitor. Sorry. There appears to be a legal conflict then between Bill 185 and the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act. Do you know, does the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act create any kind of obligations relating to accessible parking in MTSAs or PMTSAs?
Madam Speaker, we are looking into that and will respond shortly.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the answer. You're going to report shortly?
We'll respond shortly on that.
Respond shortly. Okay, thank you. In areas where we already do not have enough parking for the people who are already there, like mine, where we're adding tens of thousands of new residents, there is no other area parking. Parking's full. So what is your plan for people with disabilities in these new buildings, or people who acquire disabilities as they age?
In terms of people that acquire disabilities as they age, we also introduced an ability to more easily convert non-accessible parking spaces to accessible spaces.
I couldn't hear you.
We allowed the conversion of non-accessible spaces to accessible spaces more easily now as a result of a change that was made last year.
Right, but the point is we don't have spare spaces. Is there anything in this plan that's going to provide any options other than you cannot drive for people who become disabled?
Other than the strategic parking framework and its studies of areas to identify parking needs, I'm not aware of other work that the city's doing.
So in areas like mine where there's no parking available, people are just on their own.
That was your last question.
So through the speaker, I think where Michael referred to the strategic parking framework, that is the approach that the city's been taking to look at this issue, not on a building by building basis, but on an area basis. So the solution brought forward could be more than just on a building by building solution. We can be looking at on-street, off-street, public lots, private lots, and look at it more holistically. And I think that would be the appropriate way to look at sort of an area-based need as opposed to within each individual building.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Yes, thank you. A few questions. First, in my experience, when we have done a deal that says some off-street building will accept parking when an application is approved, that off-street, those spaces located in another building are ultimately vulnerable. I've seen an owner will come in for a redevelopment or something. There's no way, or your advice to us would not be to try to solve parking problems by securing them in other buildings off-site. That wouldn't be a preferred strategy.
No, we think the best solution is to manage parking on an area basis.
Okay. Another idea that was being floated is this idea of sort of blending visitor and resident parking. I've had instances in my ward of that becoming a security problem in the building. Is that something that you would agree is an issue?
It's something that we've heard in comments.
You heard that in the comments from the public. In the report that we've got, though, there is one interesting innovation, which is the idea of treating loading spaces differently so that we can accommodate drop-offs, deliveries, Ubers, all that stuff. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
So currently loading spaces are only allowed to be used for the delivery of goods and commodities. We're proposing to look at expanding that to allow passengers to be picked up and dropped off as well.
So, for example, to Councillor Sachs's point, your proposal might make those spaces available for wheel-trans and taxis providing services to people who have mobility limitations.
They could potentially be accessible, yes.
Okay, so that's very helpful. So your advice to us would be get that piece in place, and if there are other issues to deal with, continue working.
I think you said that very well.
Oh, thank you. Okay, those were my questions.
Thank you. Now, the question by Councillor Sachs and our legal staff mentioned that they would have the answers, so I believe the city solicitor now has the answer to your question, Councillor Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there is no inherent conflict because the AODA does not require that parking be provided, but should it be provided, a percentage must be accessible.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, speakers. So Councillor Cheng, you held the item down. Councillor Cheng to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. Thank you to staff, and the many chefs that cooked these motions. The first is to request the province to establish guidelines to support adequate visitor and accessible parking. Currently, we don't know what adequate means, and I think that that deserves some analysis, and we should have a policy around that. The second is a motion to require further study of visitor parking in areas outside of MTSAs and PMTSAs where there is no permit parking. This is on behalf of all my suburban councillors who have areas like this, and to consider it for our strategic parking framework. And the last one is to consider expanding city-owned lots in support of new areas of density. Visitor parking, to me, is a necessity, just like you need to build a unit of housing, you need a bathroom, you need a kitchen, you need visitor parking. And in light of our aging population, not everyone can take transit or visit on transit. This report was a little frustrating. They mapped out all these journeys, assuming everyone's friends are near transit or live in the city of Toronto. And we know a lot of people, including my relatives, don't live in Toronto and cannot take transit to our city. And so what we're getting right now is applications that have astonishingly low visitor parking rates. I'm getting applications proposing 700 to 500 units of housing. And I just can't imagine how that is sustainable. I know that our hands are tied because of provincial policies around MTSAs and PMTSAs, but we have to raise this alarm because I have residents who tell me, you know, I really regret buying my unit of housing when I found out how inaccessible visitor parking is for my housing. And now my relatives and friends don't even want to visit me because it's so expensive and difficult to find parking to visit me. And we also know that City of Toronto is the loneliest city in Canada. So visitor parking plays a really important role for social fabric, social well-being, for contractors, for PSWs and health, and as Councillor Carroll always likes to raise, the boyfriend or the girlfriend who needs a parking spot to stay overnight. And I just can't imagine current requirements being adequate. So, you know, this is not a battle that we're gonna win today, but I think we have to keep pressing in for more transparency. We need to let buyers, because one of the province's policies is let the market decide. And unfortunately, when you're buying a new condo, you're probably not looking at visitor parking. You're probably looking at your own unit, amenities like a swimming pool, and you're probably assuming that your building is going to take care of you for your visitors. And that is just not an assumption that we can stand on. And I think it's important to consider the many uses that visitor parking will play and how our city will need to support the gaps that are resulting. You know, one thing that we discovered through this study with it, you know, there's not enough data here, is that we really can't collect data of the new context because many of these new applications with super low visitor parking rates haven't even been built yet. So this is a reality in motion, and the unfortunate part is by the time it's built out, it'll be even more difficult to fix, and there'll be so many of them approved. So I really think we need to get ahead of this, and I'm hoping to continue to work with staff to bring more transparency so people know what the visitor parking rates are when they're buying a unit, as well as to encourage our developer partners in the city to consider adding more adequate visitor parking, even though the requirement is low. We want a livable city, and we want our city to be one where we welcome visitors from outside the city to visit their neighbors and their relatives. So I look forward to continued work, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, you have questions? 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Cheng, Part number 2 asks for some work to be done in around transit stations where there is no on-street parking permit system. And I just want to understand your intent. Is your intent leading towards establishing on-street parking?
No.
Is it the opposite, to protect
Yes,
having to?
the intention is to analyze parking supply in areas outside of PMTSAs and MTSAs where there is no on-street parking, and to find...
Right.
Yes.
Because that's not the escape valve
No.
for developers that don't provide enough parking.
That's
You
right.
can't dump a car on the street.
That's right.
And the residents of the area like it that way.
That's not my intention. This is about looking at our strategic parking framework and how we can support that growth, which I hope motion number 3 is trying to also solve that by looking at how we grow our parking capacity to support growth.
So in part number 2, you said the words that do not currently allow on-street parking, but do I read this correct, that there's no intention with the word current that suggests that that would change?
Yes, that's not my intention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Perks to speak.
Speaker, I'll speak last.
Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you. I'll be very brief, other than to say I think that this is important work. When we as a city council make decisions on built things around our city, we're supposed to think about good planning. And I believe that good planning is rooted in looking after people that live in the city. And there are a few things in life that cause a lot of stress. And one of those things is you arrive somewhere, maybe to see a loved one or a family member you're visiting, and you have no place to put your car. And maybe you have to pay a lot of money. And one of the things that plagues our city is this idea of isolation, and social isolation. So we should be finding ways for people to be able to easily visit loved ones. And I regret some of the decisions and policy decisions, including those of other governments, that made it easier for people to ignore parking requirements and pass the buck. Because once the building is built, the units are sold, the people have moved in, people can wash their hands of that. And that doesn't make life easier for those residents. And it also crosses a line in the community where there is no on-street parking, because I know that that is a very important attribute of the community, and it's something that people don't want to change. They may have lots of feelings about the development, but when the development externalizes itself into their community and starts to reshape streets around the community with on-street parking or overnight parking, we didn't even talk about that, we're just talking about visitors. That changes things a lot. I don't think that's fair. So this is a very important issue, and I'm very pleased that council is paying attention to it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion. I don't know if the staff have it ready. Not ready. So I'll stand down.
It's on the screen.
It's on the screen. Oh, look at that. It's ready. Okay,
Yeah.
great. So, yes, I want to
No, it was, hold on. It was on the screen just a minute ago. Somebody took it off? I seen it on the screen.
Okay, how about I'll stand down and come back.
Pardon?
I can stand down until it's ready.
No, but just a moment. I think they had it. Oh, you didn't have it? Okay.
Okay.
Oh, so I did see it, so I don't, no, I know. I just want to make sure I'm not imagining things. Okay, Councillor Coe. To speak.
Yes, I just wonder where this fits in, our concern about visitor parking, and I support Councillor Cheng's raising this issue, where it fits in with where the province stands. As you know, they control development and planning in Toronto now. They make all the decisions, it seems. They have, their rule is one new piece of planning legislation every week. So I don't know which one they have this week. So what I'm more worried about than the visitors, I'm worried about the developments that are being approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal. I've got 2 towers that were approved by the tribunal over the city's objections. I call them the wafers, wafer 1 and 2. They basically, on each side of the wafer, there's no windows because they're so close to each other. The lots are basically, it's Yonge and Eglinton, they're basically, I think the lots are 60 feet by 150. So you got a 53-story residential building on a lot that's 60 by 150, let's say. 0 parking, never mind visitor. The lot is so tight that at the back, to be serviced for garbage or service trucks, they have a turntable. How that's going to work, I'll believe it when I see it. A turntable, because they can't get the space to turn a truck around. So the province approved both of those wafers. The rationale being, well, you're near transit. They're all going to take transit. The residents have 0 parking, and that's their fault if they buy, rent, or whatever they do in there. Visitors, where are visitors going to park at Yonge and Eglinton? Maybe they'll put a turntable on the roof. I don't know what they're going to do. This is how bizarre and idiotic things have gotten with provincial planning. So here we are trying to basically make some adjustments to visitor parking, which we have to try and at least put our case forward. But every application that's coming in, except for a few, there's a few exceptions, which are saying that they're going to provide some parking. There are some, but most of them, 0 parking. And again, not only 0 parking, what about Amazon, Uber, service vehicles, all these drop-off? Where are they going to drop off anything at the wafers on Yonge and Eglinton? Drones, that's a good point, Councillor Halliday. Right, I'll put that forward as a motion maybe, that every building should include drone Amazon drop-off on the roof. Maybe that's what we need to do.
Yeah, but then we got to check helicopter pads.
Then we got to have an helicopter. But again, the tragedy is there's no way to complain about these changes the province makes because Queen's Park basically doesn't sit anymore. They only sit 50 days a year. So they're on holiday for 300 days a year. There's no hearings, there's no discussion. All the debates on about all these major changes which we have to carry at the city and our local residents have to carry, they go through without any questions raised. You think they're talking about parking at Queen's Park? Well, all they're talking about is the latest adventure they want to get into the city, whether they want to take over bike lanes or take over this. So there's no way anybody has any say. So what we do at the city is we try to basically absorb all these changes that are just they're not good planning. They're ludicrous. How can you have 2 53-story buildings with 0 parking? Turntable drop-offs, Amazon drone drop-offs. That's what we've come to. And the media never talks about this. Because even the media doesn't participate. They never get any information about these changes at the province because there's no media at the province because the door's always closed. So unless the people wake up and start to ask questions, we're just basically at the bottom of the pile here, catching it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
A lot of what I was going to say has been said, but there's nothing wrong with repeating important points. I don't think the policy dictated by the province or reflective in the staff report is facing the reality of our society. We have an aging population in which older residents of our city require care of varying degrees, whether it's daily, whether it's occasional, and those caregivers need a place to park while they're looking after a senior. And to take away or to minimize the importance of visitor parking shows, and I'm not blaming staff, I realize this is coming from the province, shows a naivety of how important this really is. On top of that, worldwide, there's chronic loneliness. And 13% of Canadians in various surveys say they are chronically lonely at various times. Now, the best cure for something like that is visitors, whether it be family or friends or caregivers. And once again, why are we complicating that matter or making it more difficult or creating a barrier by restricting the amount of visitor parking? These buildings are often communities. They are a collection of people who live there. They have a multi-purpose room, a social room. They may have celebrations there, birthdays, anniversaries. They may hold visitation there or shivas there. And people come to those buildings because they are gathering spaces. And if you have a situation in which no one can park, certainly these people will try and park on side streets. They'll park illegally. They'll park in fire routes. It just is a domino effect of more and more problems. So I'll be supporting Councillor Cheng's motions. I think this needs, I think this needs more work, and I think we've got to emphasize to the province that visitor parking is a crucial part of a livable, compassionate city in which people and friends and family should be able to visit each other easily, and that the city should not be creating barriers for that to happen.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Sachs, your motion is ready.
Yes, thank you very much. Again, this issue has been discussed by many people. The experience in my ward is we have no area parking availability. The area...
Yeah, the motion. Can you read it?
Yes, sorry. The motion first is that we ask the Chief Planner and Executive Director to report back with recommendations on how to accommodate disability-related parking needs within PMTSAs. We have many existing large buildings. Great number of additional buildings are being built right now. And absolutely, I support transit-related development. And as everybody knows, I do completely support the objective of reducing car dependence in the city. But we do have specific problems with the lack of accommodation for PSWs, support for people with disabilities in these buildings, visitors who have disabilities, residents in the buildings. And in my ward, many people stay in the same home for decades. It's very common when I'm knocking on doors to find people who've been in the same apartment for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. And when they moved in, they were perfectly capable of walking to the subway. But as they age, they may not be. They may have a stroke. They may be in wheelchairs. They may need some kind of support. And they're just not getting it. And the buildings that are being built have little or no parking. The building being built, for example, at 717 Church has got one visitor parking space for hundreds of units. So if one person has a PSW, nobody else can have a PSW or a plumber to fix the plumbing or a friend come and visit them and bring them a meal. None of that's going to be possible. So we already have a squeeze. I understand that we're going to monitor, but in the meantime, buildings will be approved and there will be no accommodation. It is part of the city's policy that people should be supported to stay in their homes. But this is a need that people have to stay in their homes as they age. So I recognize that we're very limited. Thank you for the city solicitor for clarifying that AOTA gives us nothing. Again, the province pretends that they're looking after people with disabilities, but they give us nothing. They're getting in our way. We should at least be looking at what is our plan? Because the plan here about area-related parking, it's logical in areas of the city that are not dense. But in my part of the city, where we are adding tens of thousands of people to what is already an extremely crowded area, and we're turning parking lots into housing for all kinds of good reasons, there isn't space elsewhere. There isn't on-street parking available. There isn't off-street parking available in most areas. We need to tell people what the plan is. And if the plan is we're doing nothing and we're leaving people on their own, and if you're going to get old, don't get old in a building with limited parking or no visitor parking, we need to at least tell people. Because right now, we're just keeping our head down and not dealing with the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I got at this a little bit during my question, but I just think that we need as a city to continue to raise the issues around the impact of not having visitor parking, not just for visitors or caregivers, but also, and those are important. I don't mean to suggest that they aren't important, but also for gig economy workers, for Amazon deliveries, for Uber Eats deliveries. The reality is our city has changed, and it's changed, I feel like, at an exponential level in the last 5 years, and since the end of COVID in particular, with the amount of Uber drivers, Uber pickups, Uber Eats, Amazon deliveries, as I mentioned, that are on our streets. And when we think about the challenge we have with traffic in our city, yes, the rapid transit that we are building and that is in these PMTSAs and MTSAs, for sure, many people are going to use transit, but there are also a lot of people who are going to be coming to these buildings as a result of how our city has changed. And what we don't want is to have them stuck parking and stopping on really busy intersections where these MTSAs and PMTSAs are located and causing more traffic. But also we don't want to have infiltration parking into our neighborhoods because that's also a challenge and something residents are worried about. So I think we need to keep reiterating in conversations with the province, in conversations with developers, about how we can ensure that we're working with them to create projects and new development that also takes these pieces into account so that we truly are creating workable, walkable neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we go to the last speaker, okay, so we're going to the last speaker, which is Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to offer my thanks to all the members of Council and City staff who've worked on this item. I will be supporting both the motions from Councillor Cheng and Councillor Sachs. They really are helpful. It's no secret that the province of Ontario's major transit station area handcuffs us. Just about every piece of planning legislation that's been passed in the last 6 years has been to take more and more and more authority away from Torontonians, the people we represent, and this council, and simply hand it over to developers. A thing that some of you might not know because you don't come to all the planning meetings, we are actually seeing an increase in the number of rezoning applications coming to the City of Toronto, even though nobody's applying for building permits. And I think that fact is really pertinent to this debate that we're having right now. The purpose of the legislation that the province is bringing to major transit station areas and, as we'll be discussing later today, to employment lands, has nothing to do with building housing. It has everything to do with increasing the value that those lands have to the people who own them. Literally, the day you get an upzoning on a piece of property, you are wealthier. You can go to the bank and mortgage against it. You can sell it. You are wealthier. No public benefit has been achieved. Nobody has been housed, but you are wealthier. Are we surprised then that provincial policy after provincial policy takes away the notion that cities are for any public good? Are we surprised that the province of Ontario says, we don't really care if anyone can visit anybody? We don't care if people with mobility limitations can get around the city. We don't even care if there's anywhere for people to go to work. All we care about is helping people who already have wealth in the form of land they own to get more wealth. Literally, what the province of Ontario has been doing is turning the city of Toronto into a machine to generate money, not a place to live. And I'm glad that members of council are standing up against that and drawing attention to it. And I hope that Torontonians are hearing us and that the conversation turns. Giving developers everything they want is of no public benefit. Hearing what local councillors are saying we need to do to make growth work, that is about the public good and public benefit. And again, congratulations to all of you for fighting so hard. I do want to take one moment, though, and acknowledge something quite brilliant that city staff have done. Up against these ridiculous public policies that the province has imposed on us, they've hit on something quite novel, which is to look at our loading space and say, could we, within the limited powers remaining at Toronto City Council, use that to try to relieve some of the pressure? And, you know, we heard that it can help with deliveries and Uber drivers. We've also heard the possibility that this could be of benefit to people with mobility limitations by allowing wheel-trans and accessible taxis to use that space. So thank you to the public service for, in this case, making a silk purse out of a sow's ear. And let's get on, and I hope all the motions and the item pass unanimously.
Okay, so if we can put the motions on the screen. Motion by Councillor Cheng, on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Next motion by Councillor Sachs. Okay, there it is on the screen. On favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Yeah, item is amended, recorded.
Councillor Burnside, please.
She's driving.
I'm not driving.
Councillor Crisanti, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Councillor Burnside, please, how do you vote? The motion is adopted unanimously, 20 in favor.
Okay, thank you. We will now go back to PH 27.3, Scarborough Secondary Plan. Councillor Thompson did have a motion, and I believe the motion is ready now. So, Councillor Thompson, if you want to put your name on the screen to speak. Okay, let's just clear the screen. Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Let me just, it's, okay, great. Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, as you mentioned, the motion staff has actually worked on this. This is mostly a technical motion in nature. This has been produced by our planning staff. It seeks to just clarify some of the concerns that the stakeholders had in the community, be it the large manufacturers in the area, in which we have successfully removed, for example, the Atlantic packaging from the secondary plan, which does not create a challenge and a forward opportunity in terms of investment on their site and so on. We've addressed issues around the school board that they had. We actually have a letter of support from them. We've talked, and you've heard through my questioning of staff, around how they plan to, how does this plan address these issues around wayfinding, walkability, cycling, and so on and so forth. And I say this because this has come over a long period of time. We date back almost 20 years from 2005. Let me say, Speaker, that I am gratified by the professionalism, the professional work of planner Kelly Dines and certainly Sasha Cherry and others, and as well leadership of Mr. Ventresca. My community, and I know that of Councillor Ainsley's community, have come out in droves in terms of participating in the process of this secondary plan. As you see by the report, Speaker, this is going to be a significant opportunity of development, as well as influx of people living in this area. I might add that this has come about clearly in terms of the number of landowners who are wanting to take on the responsibility now of actually looking at investing and creating opportunities in the community. Certainly this is not a proviso as a prerequisite for the secondary plan. It's something we're going to do anyways. But the acceleration of the process has come through the advancement of the subway, and specifically a station at McCowan and sort of Burr Drive, Bushby, in that area, and it's located in the border area in Councillor Ainsley's area. So I want to also thank the Premier of Ontario, because it was as a result of his effort while we advanced the 3 stops as opposed to the 1 stop that was initially proposed by a former planner here in the City of Toronto. Because with respect to the advancement of this subway development, it has created more opportunities. But specifically to the plan seeks to address many of the issues and concerns, obviously, that residents have. Ms. Dines and her team have been dogged, both in terms of meeting with landowners, meeting with stakeholders, meeting with the community at large. I think we've had over about 24 meetings over the years, Speaker. I've been to pretty well most of them, and we've heard the response. And so today is a great day in terms of having this secondary plan. Not unique to this particular area, but finally, after approximately 40 years, the vision of our forefathers, Brian Harrison, and many others, Frank Faubert and many others, about a vision for, Frank Faubert was a former mayor, as you know, about a vision for our downtown Scarborough, which is essentially in the heart of my area, my ward, and Councillor Ainsley's ward. And I also want to thank Councillor Ainsley for his contribution and his effort, and his staff member, Antoinette, and other members, and Keisha Francis in my office, and the other members of the team and so on, in terms of stewarding this process, of course, under the leadership of Ms. Dines, to bring us where we are here today. This is an excellent body and piece of work. I think that as we move forward into the future, while I may not be alive when the last person actually take up residency, because it's 72,000 people and perhaps over the next 20 years plus, Speaker, I am gratified of the work that we're here doing today for those future residents and for the ones who will be here short, midterm, and long term. So thank you, Speaker, and those are my remarks.
Thank you. On the amendment by Councillor Thompson, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. And item is amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Birdseye, oh, thank you. Councillor Birdseye, are you able to vote? The item as amended is adopted unanimously, 18 in favor.
Perks, point of order.
Yes, Councillor Carroll couldn't be had to step out of the meeting for a while, and she has asked me to reopen and defer NY, I'm going to forget the number, 16-4 maybe?
NY what?
Clerks have it.
NY 29.4.
Yes, so I need a motion to reopen it, and then I'm just going to move.
Okay, just a sec. On NY 29.4, which is 11 Greenbrier Road, Councillor Perks is reopening. On favor? Carried.
And then,
Okay.
Speaker, I can just move to defer it to the March meeting of North York Community.
So Councillor Perks is deferring it to the March meeting.
Yeah.
On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher? Yeah, I mean, this is... Councillor Fletcher? Do we have any quick releases? Okay, Councillor Moyes. Councillor Moyes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to release CC 36.10.
I'm sorry? I didn't hear you.
I'd like to release CC 36.10 and T 28.12.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it.
And I'm requesting recorded
Okay,
vote.
hold on. Let me find it. Okay, CC 36.10, please read the item, which is 353, 355 Sherburne.
And there's a related item.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so Councillor Moore, you want a recorded vote on the CC 36.10?
Yes, as well as T 28.12.
Yeah, so we'll do the 3610 first, recorded vote.
Councillor Bravo, please. Councillor Birdside, how do you vote, please? The item is adopted. The vote is 16-1.
Recorded vote on T 28.12, which is 353, 355 Sherburne. Recorded vote. Yeah.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. And Councillor Birdside, how do you vote, please? Okay. The item is adopted. The vote is 15-1.
Okay, thank you. Now, members of council, we are going to recess now for lunch. It's okay, we're going to recess now. We're going to recess to lunch, and then when we come back at 2 o'clock, we'll continue with the special meeting. And then once we conclude that meeting, we'll come back to continue this meeting and continue on the agenda. Thank you. Yeah? Councillor Fletcher, we're at your item. PH 27.2, Toronto Builds. 1831-41 Queen Street. Do we have any questions to staff? Oh. Councillor Fletcher?
I don't have any, but I have a motion.
Okay, does anybody have any questions on this item? Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, do you want to speak?
Yes, I do, and I'll speak for myself and my councillor across the street. That'd be Councillor Bradford, because we're aligned on this. This is the Housing Now site, old Housing Now site that was determined.
Do you have a motion?
Yes, oh no, they're right there. Thank you very much. There they are. Request that continue to review the option to include Apple Grove in the new development in consultation with the local councillors, and to request the Deputy City Manager, Development Growth, in consultation with the CEO, Create TO, to review all opportunities to integrate existing TCHC Corporation buildings into development sites. So if I can just have a minute and move those, Councillor, Chair.
Yeah.
Number one, early on in this concept, there was a notion that we would have a childcare, the long-awaited or a location for Apple Grove could be considered here. That was dropped out. I know anybody who was at Planning and Housing heard that conversation the other day, and Councillor Bradford and I said, let's continue to look at how we could make them whole. That's number one. So this is continue to explore. And number two is a little more about development itself. This is a site, and I have spoken to Councillor Bradford about this, and he agrees that it is a site that was chosen because it was a city child care center and a test site, Toronto Employment and Social Services site. So within that site, the development at the beginning was just that. Eventually, through Create TO, there was a Harvey's next door. That got included in there wisely, because when you're looking at a development, you're looking at the entire site. There's a very small TCHC building there that was looked at from the point of view of facility, a facilities condition index, not as a development that could be attached to a new 16-story building. This is a 6-story building. So I just think that we need to widen our perspective when we're thinking about development, sites that we own. If there, for some reason, we have some development that we own the land here and we're thinking of a development, and Toronto Community Housing is right next door, it seems logical to me that those two things need to be looked at, that a development proposal would be looked at, and it wouldn't be a facilities condition index, it would be you could or couldn't proceed for a development. I want to just acknowledge that the building on the 1080 Queen is the same age as Don Somerville, which was 120 units that were all redone. And we all know Don Somerville, 650, 700 units, 100 new affordable, 125 rental, 120 RGI replacement on a beautiful new site, which I believe will be an award-winning site. But those buildings were built at the same time by the City of Toronto under the old City Home. So probably they didn't need to come down earlier. That was a developer that suggested, instead of doing it like this, why don't we do it like this, which was very successful. But we didn't have a developer look at this site. We looked at it ourselves on 1631. Putting on our development glasses, we may have done something quite different, because taking a 6-story building of Toronto Community Housing and adding 10 floors isn't a chance that you get to do very often. Building it within a development that we're already committed to as a Housing Now site doesn't happen very often. So if I say missed opportunity, I mean missed opportunity. Small thinking. Thank goodness we bought the Harveys, and I think Councillor Bradford spent a long time saying, how can you put a new building in and then you've got something that sterilizes your site right next door, a Harveys. So for a small amount of money, that now has become part of the site. It's thinking in a development sense, not thinking in a facility sense. So I just am drawing that to everybody's attention, because I think we've had small thinking when we haven't had a chance to do big thinking. So that's my request here, that in the future we do big thinking. And my request as well, and it's coming from both of us, sorry he's not here, he knows about this motion, that we will also continue to look for Apple Grove and continue to look for that site, or however we can look at a development site for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy to take questions.
Nobody has any questions. On the amendment by Councillor Fletcher? Yes. On the amendment or the item as amended? Pardon? On the amendment by Councillor Fletcher, recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Can members of council please stay in your seat when you're voting? In your seat, Councillor Batlow.
Councillor Pertza, are you able to vote, please? The motion carries. The vote is unanimous, 21 in favor.
Madam Chair, I was right
Okay,
here.
no, hold on. We have to do the item as amended. Item is amended. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, so your next item is PH 27.10, Councillor Fletcher, 20 Leslie Street.
Okay, I'm going to move to TE 28.50, and that also covers NY 20. It's the Agnes McPhail Award.
Pardon?
I'd like to quick release two things. I'm not quite finished with 20 Leslie Street for the motion.
Oh. So you're releasing 2850?
No, I've got a motion for it.
Okay, which
Speaker.
one are you releasing?
2850 with my motion.
2850, yes.
Agnes McPhail.
That's what I said, 2850.
I'm sorry. I thought you said 15. I'm
No,
sorry.
50.
My apologies.
You want to release that one?
With the motion correctly.
You have a motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so if we can put council.
That's right.
Yeah, are we doing quick releases because we were at your next item?
Oh, I thought we were doing quick releases. Okay.
Oh, let's do quick releases. Let's do quick release. Okay. Councillor Fletcher, you want to release 2850. Do they have the motion?
Yes.
Okay, it's on the screen. On the amendment by Councillor Fletcher, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Now, Speaker, I also released NY 29.18, and I've spoken to Councillor Chernos Lynn. This is a award that goes to both community councils. Staff have said that's very odd the way that works, but now I'll just release that with the naming the winner for this year's Agnes McPhail Award.
So you're releasing NY 2918?
Correct.
Okay. On favor, carried. All right, so now we're back.
And one more.
Oh.
TE 28.15. I think that's why I got mixed up. It's 15.
It's 280 Commissioner Street. It's here
Correct.
without a recommendation.
correct, and I have a motion for that too.
Okay, we'll see if staff has it.
Yes, they do. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, there it is
There it is there.
on the screen.
For sector housing, thank you.
Okay. On the, yeah. Okay, and then there's another one, there's two.
This is for the affordable housing units
Yeah.
to be film and creative industry sector housing, which we already agreed to, but I'm reconfirming that
Okay,
here.
so a motion A on favor, carried. Motion B on favor, carried. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, still
Whoever I
stand
can.
up because we're at your night item.
Okay.
PH 2710, 20 Leslie Street. Do you have questions to staff?
Well, it's a settlement, to go to the OLT. I do have a question of staff, and I think I know it's for legal and for planning, but now with our truncated versions of things, there was a lot of interest in this. It's a conversion request. There were people that wrote in, there were people that came to a meeting, and yet they're never advised that this is going to be on the agenda. Is there not some way for planning or legal? I don't think legally there's a requirement, but I'm just going to say I believe that morally there's simply a requirement. They came to a meeting, they signed up, they said that they'd like more information or to be advised, and yet nobody's advised because apparently you don't have to do it. So what's best practice in this situation? Not what's legal, what's best practice? Or what would be best practice?
Through the Speaker, you're correct, Councillor. There's no requirement to provide notice on an appeal report. There are ways that proponents can, or interested parties can find out through the Application Information Centre, through email blasts, and through other shared information sources.
Understood, but what's best practice from a resident point of view, from a city point of view, in keeping people informed? I'd probably want to, I don't know if that's something you would think about, but there has to be a best practice for the city as to when we're telling people things.
Madam Speaker,
Best practices, I'm hearing, best practices for them to follow along on the AIC every day in their busy lives, which is not what they're paid to do.
Madam Speaker, I can add that when the matter proceeds to the OLT does make an order requiring notice to the public.
I totally understand that's the case. That's not what I'm talking about as best practice, because people have signed up at a meeting. Many times they'll say, no, I'm not giving the councillor my information, so I don't have full access to everybody that was interested, but I believe best practice is they should be advised that this is now here, not surprised that it's at the OLT sending them a notice. So there is the issue, and I don't know if who can answer the best practice from a resident, from a city communications point of view. Is the chief planner here? Here he comes. You hold my time, please. And then perhaps our chief communications officer should say what's a respectful way to deal with people that have spent time, a couple of hours out of their lives to be upgraded, updated.
Okay, okay, let's continue. Okay, go ahead.
So through you, Speaker, I agree that when the public kind of comes forward to attend, they want to sort of follow a file through, and when we have these appeals that don't go through the statutory meeting process, they don't have that same ability. From a best practice standpoint, the concern with the city taking on responsibility for then providing notice is it does then create some confusion amongst the public about who actually has carriage of a file, who is responsible for subsequent notices,
yes.
Who do I work with if I want to actually participate.
Yes,
so that can create a confusion amongst the public, and from a best practice perspective, that's certainly not ideal.
Well, the best practice is giving notice. You use those two words. This isn't necessarily giving notice. It's just a courtesy. You attended a meeting. This is at this committee meeting, period, full stop. Is that a notice, or is that just a courtesy notice now that they've signed a page?
So through the Speaker, as I understand the question, that would be more of a courtesy notice.
Correct.
But the issue is if that becomes an expectation, then it will become an expectation from the public that they would be noticed when there are appeals, which is the responsibility of the Ontario Land Tribunal. And I wouldn't want to put the public in a situation of confusion as to who actually has carriage over the file and responsibility for notice. That's the concern.
So why do we even bother with it then? We shouldn't do anything. We should just let it go rather than advise council that we have an appeal. And here it is at Toronto and East York, and then it's going to City Council. So there's an appeal, but if it's not their business, I don't really understand why it's only our business.
Perhaps I could help. The reason it comes to committee or council, Councillor Fletcher, is because once it's appealed, the city solicitor requires instructions. So that's why there's a report.
I understand.
Yeah.
But as a courtesy, for people that have spent 2 hours, do you really expect that people are sitting, watching, everyday person, busy with their lives, come to a meeting, sign a paper, say, I want to be updated, I want to know what's happening, that now it's their responsibility to go on AIC all the time to follow that file? Is that an expectation that's realistic from a communication standpoint? It's all up to the resident. That's my question. On anything.
So through the speaker, once it becomes an OLT file, yes, the obligation is that the public would have to file it through the OLT process as opposed to the city process, and it's for the reasons that I stated.
But it's not about that as it's coming to go to the OLT process. It's now at a city committee. There is an advice to council that we have to do something.
That was your last question.
I'm just unclear. I'll speak about it because I think it's a problem.
Are there any further questions? Okay, Councillor Fletcher, do you want to speak?
Yes, I do. I've got a motion there around Leslie Street because it is the film and studio district. And this is now raised again with me, just our approach to the public, because we did away with preliminary reports, which means everybody gets to see what's going to happen. It's at a committee meeting. Sorry.
Do you have a motion?
It's right there.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Yeah. Do I have to read it?
Yeah.
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, you have to, yeah.
Oh, City Council requests City Solicitor to focus on the importance of the film industry, Toronto's economy, and the importance of the studio district and the impact of residential conversions on this important industry. That's as we're going to the OLT. So that's an instruction. But I'll just go back to the other piece. That in all of this, people have come out. I think we have an obligation. We've done away with preliminary reports. So unless we don't know necessarily what's coming, and I think every division thinks, why don't we know? Because if you'd like to come to the office, there are so many things that go on in our offices that some of those markers are important. And so that's done away with. We have no site plan oversight of any kind. And then you go to a committee, you go to the public meeting, you sign your name, you want information, and then it's up to you to follow this all the way through until you get a letter from the OLT saying, oh, by the way, that's now at the Ontario Land Tribunal. I don't feel as a councillor that that's good enough for my residents. That's what I'm saying. I don't have a motion here, but you could expect one at some point. I don't think that's a best practice. If there's an illegal opinion that says now that means that they're involved, it's just a notice. It's just, here it is, this is happening, you can watch it, this is what's happening. And the OLT will advise you when that hearing is going to take place. If this is a pass-through for council, then all we're doing is authorizing legal, but everything's here. And then I just guess that from a public standpoint, with everything going on, I think we should be clearer with residents, because there's an expectation after you've spent that time to make your opinion known that something else is happening. And once you've spent time to make your opinion known and it's coming to Community Council, I'm not even sure any longer, and I didn't ask that, whether or not they're still advised that that's coming. Do they get a letter? Do they get anything? It's just got to do with our taxpayers. They are paying, and their right to know is kind of an important thing. So I'm just not making a motion, Speaker, but I'm telling you, I think that we have a gap there for expectations of the public and things they might like to understand. I know there's a legal piece, and then there's just a courtesy piece. And I think we should figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. On the amendment by Councillor Fletcher, on favor, Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried. The next item is PH 2711, 125 to Queensway. Councillor Morley.
Well, then,
Councillor Morley? Do you have?
Thank you so much. I don't have any questions of staff. I just wanted to speak to the item,
Okay,
unless others.
does anybody have any questions on this item? 125 to Queensway. No? Okay, so Councillor Morley, you'd like to speak?
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and as usual, I'll try to keep it brief. I just wanted to rise to affirm my support for the staff recommendations in opposing the land conversion request here at the OLT. The redesignation of these lands to allow residential uses is not an appropriate or desirable change in my community at this time. The area lacks needed, necessary, and overdue higher-order transit, as recommended in the city's Park Lawn Lakeshore Transportation Master Plan, to serve the ongoing growth, the existing and ongoing growth in this community. We do not want to add to the existing transportation challenges and pressures. This is an especially sensitive location with the Ontario Food Terminal directly adjacent and the Humber wastewater treatment plant across the street. These are critical pieces of infrastructure for our entire city. The Ontario Food Terminal plays a critical role in maintaining food security for Toronto's residents and providing local employment. This conversion would negatively impact their operations. The Humber wastewater treatment plant treats wastewater for all of Etobicoke, and while we have invested heavily in environmental mitigations, a dense high-rise development directly across the street will likely cost the city a significant amount of money for additional mitigation, because it does get stinky. It's just the reality that we know. And again, not seeming to be a compatible use with residential community immediately south of this location. Our employment lands are finite and valuable. We need to preserve what we have for our city's economic health now and into the future. We know that our city's economic health means our province's economic health and our country's economic health. That goes for this site and 2 other employment land conversions under appeal in my ward on the agenda today. I will leave it there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, carried. Next item is PH 2720, preserving employment lands. Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Does anybody have any questions to staff? If you do, please put your name on the screen. Councillor Perks, questions?
Yes, I'm going to have questions for the Chief Planner and the General Manager of Economic Development. We've just approved 2 items on employment lands, but on the planning and housing agenda, there was a broader piece on employment lands, and it speaks to asking the province to approve OPA 804. So what, in plain English, is OPA 804 all about, and why we want the province to adopt it?
So through you, Madam Speaker, OPA 804 was adopted by Council in May of 2025. That was, I'll call it part 2 of the city's response to changes the province made to how employment lands are defined within the provincial policy statement, and requires municipalities to now update our employment policies to be consistent with those in order to be able to protect the employment areas going forward. The city adopted policies in 2024. Those weren't supported by the province, so we did another exercise in 2025 to look holistically across the city to say, okay, strategically, where can we support having conversions or partial conversions of employment lands to start to permit residential uses. The city's exercise through 804 was to look citywide and very strategically at what are the most appropriate places. Council has approved that. That has been with the minister's office since last spring.
So this is actually our second attempt to get the province to have it just not be the wild, wild west, but to have some actual policy planning rationale. Are other municipalities still waiting on the province?
I believe we have, and a number of municipalities have had their policies approved. I believe there are some that are still looking to Kyle, if you know the exact number.
Through the Speaker, there are 8 currently.
8 that are just waiting on the province?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. To the General Manager of Economic Development, why do employment areas matter in the Toronto and Ontario economies?
To the Speaker, employment lands are a critical input to the local economy. They house 92%, for example, of our manufacturing jobs, 25% of all jobs for the City of Toronto, 30% of all businesses. Once lost, they are almost impossible to ever get back via conversion, and we've seen a significant erosion of about 14% of our employment land stock over the last 15 years, to the point where under 12% of the city's landmass is now zoned as employment land.
In the letter that committee sent here, it also makes reference to the Mayor's Economic Action Task Force. What is the Mayor's Economic Action Task Force, and why does that matter in terms of this debate?
To the Speaker, upon the return of the Trump administration to the White House and a number of trade policy measures that they enacted, including tariffs, the Mayor convened a group of stakeholders representing business, academia, and labor in order to advise the city on what it should do to help the local businesses weather the tariff impact and retain jobs. Preserving and intensifying the use of employment lands are key among those measures, and this council has approved actions to do so, such as the new Economic Development and Growth and Employment Program that helps incent the expansion of manufacturing in employment land areas.
That task force and also letters of support to committee on this item came from a wide range of stakeholders, like the Board of Trade, the Industry Network, Unifor, the largest private sector union. Broadly speaking, are all economic actors in the Toronto economy speaking with one voice on this issue?
To the Speaker, yes, there's been a growing consensus among both those traditional allies for employment land preservation, such as the Toronto Industry Network, but we're increasingly, in the face of lower levels of in-migration to the city, the situation with housing and the impacts on our manufacturing sector, tariffs and other measures, we are seeing organizations such as those in support of housing also come out in support of employment lands, as they know that people need jobs close to where they live in order to have complete and healthy communities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, I know we've had this discussion a number of times. Chief Planner came up and met with the Duke Heights BIA, one of the largest BIAs in the country, if not the biggest. And there seemed to be a lack of clarity on what business owners could do with their properties and what they could not. In particular, those who owned commercial properties that were actually rented out to other businesses. And the confusion started when a business leaves, and whether a business that did not qualify in employment lands, a similar business or identical business, could move in afterwards. Has there been any clarity added to that discussion?
So through you, Speaker, no, we haven't received any further clarification from the province on that interpretation.
So that's something that's left open in the OPA. I mean, we can't put those rules in.
So through the Speaker, we certainly have applied our interpretation of those policies within the policies that we have adopted. But we have flagged for the province, as have other municipalities, about seeking greater clarity on what is referred to, I believe the exact term is lawfully established uses.
So we're here to protect employment lands, but one person has said that land uses such as standalone offices, medical clinics, retail plazas play a significant economic and functional role, but are not clearly supported under the new area of employment definition. Is that still the case?
So through the Speaker, the area where there is still some question is around uses that were lawfully established prior to the adoption of those provincial policies, and how those extend to new businesses that may want to start up in an employment area or take over a space in an employment area.
So the companies or organizations that are now there can stay. They're grandfathered, but once they leave, that space falls under a new regime of what can go into an employment area and what cannot.
So it would be at that point that any new business opening up would have to meet any new policies that are in place.
So why is there a rush for the province to adopt this? I don't know. It's just creating more confusion, certainly in the area I represent. What benefit is there to accelerate the adoption of OPA 804?
So with the adoption of that OPA, it does then provide some protection of those areas that the city has identified as employment areas to remain as employment uses and to not be permitted to convert to residential.
Is the province having second thoughts on the direction this is going? Is that why they have not adopted city recommendations?
Through you, Speaker, I couldn't speak to the province's kind of current thinking. All I know is that we have had those policies in front of them for some time now.
Under OPA 804, have we removed 255 hectares of employment lands?
So through you, Speaker, yes, we've identified that amount of land that would become a regeneration area. And then through the regeneration area studies, we would determine what the ultimate land use for those sites would be.
But we can't build residential in regeneration without a secondary plan. Is that correct?
So through the Speaker, through what we would call a regeneration area study, yes, that's correct.
Okay. I guess this is hypothetical, but when do you think the province will provide some clarity? Because the last thing the business community needs is uncertainty.
So through you, Speaker, I agree. We do check in with the province on a fairly regular basis to see if there is any indication of when we can expect a decision on that OPA.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last year, we sacrificed a swath of employment lands in North York as a point of negotiation in order to put forth OPA 804. And then did the housing minister change since it was submitted to the province?
So through you, Madam Speaker, no change, but the province has not yet approved our OPA 804, so it still remains with them.
So it's the same Minister of Housing that we negotiated with originally?
So my colleagues just reminded me, there was a change in minister. Our involvement tends to be at the staff level, and we have been in regular contact with the staff. They're aware that the city is awaiting that decision.
So there was a good faith discussion. We got to a resolution. We sacrificed some of our employment lands, and now we've been left hanging, putting at risk more employment lands. Is that what's happening here?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we think we've put forward a very good strategy through that OPA in terms of the future of our employment lands. But as I said, we don't have any indication of the timeline for a decision.
Is there an opportunity to contact the previous housing minister to ask him to say, hey, you were housing minister, we had a good faith negotiation, can you please ask your colleague to just pass this thing?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I'll just say our engagement is at the staff level.
Okay.
And so we've made that clear at the staff level.
And so do we know if any of my colleagues have made that call?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I mean, I do know that the intergovernmental team and the mayor's office are in regular contact with the province on these types of matters, yes.
And in the regeneration areas, will there be a push to maintain a good amount of non-residential uses beyond ground floor retail, or will it start to look like every other mixed-use neighborhood?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we're actually going through our first regeneration area studies right now. And yes, one of the outcomes of that could be that portions of the area could remain for exclusively employment uses. That could be one of the outcomes of those regeneration area studies.
We saw last year, my colleague, Councillor Pasternak, had a provincial intervention to protect Sanofi. And I'm wondering, is there an opportunity to request an MZO, in particular to protect our food security through the Ontario Food Terminal, which could be greatly impacted by potential sacrifice of that employment land?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly the minister always has the authority to issue a minister's zoning order with respect to anything, including the protection of employment areas.
But are we able to request an MZO in order to protect these employment lands due to their incredibly important role in our city?
So through the Speaker, that's certainly a possibility. I would say that what we have said at a staff level is that OPA 804 does put in place the appropriate protections in the appropriate places and allows for some conversion where it makes sense. And adoption of that OPA is really the way we get long-term security for those employment areas.
So while we're waiting for somebody to ratify OPA 804, how many properties do we think are at risk? We have a few here. What will be this cascading impact in this time of non-clarity of where we're going to land?
So through your Speaker, at the moment, we're tracking approximately 40 applications that have come in seeking some form of employment conversion while we're awaiting a decision on our OPA.
And what would that impact be in terms of our economic landscape and our competitiveness as a world-class city?
So through you, Speaker, it's just over 7,000 hectares, and I would say it would have a significant impact, both in terms of the immediate land area impacted by those applications, but what we're always very concerned about is impact on adjacent properties and what kind of a spillover effect, a chill effect it could have on adjacent properties. So that number of applications is quite significant.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Prutza, hang on one sec, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I guess the action that you have in front of us today, by asking them to move along, has piqued my curiosity as it relates to this. So what do you see as the fundamental differences between what we asked for in the official plan review, whatever it's called, 804, and where the province was at in terms of its definitions, as it relates to the employment land uses?
So through your speakers, it's not a difference in terms of the definitions. What we are waiting for is we have identified through that OPA which areas we think those definitions should apply to, and we're waiting for the province's approval of that. So there isn't a sort of a counter proposal from the province in terms of different lands or different areas.
And I understand that. Okay, so let me get to the nub of it. So what Councillor Pasternak and I have heard from employment landowners is that the provincial changes and the provincial definitions and the provincial act allowed for a more permissive land use policy and a much more flexible land use policy as it related to the employment lands. We disagreed with that. Is their view. Because we, on the other hand, want a more restrictive policy around employment land changes and employment land uses that support employment. So we have our view, they have their view, and what I'm asking you is where does that difference lie? Why haven't they embraced our genesis?
So through you, Speaker, I can't answer with certainty in terms of what the province is looking at. I do know that what they had previously raised to us in advance of us bringing forward that OPA was whether we should be looking at additional lands that could potentially permit residential uses. So that was the exercise that we undertook, and that was the OPA that we adopted in OPA 804. So
and is it because their sense is that we haven't added enough lands into that category?
So through the Speaker, I suspect that it certainly in the conversations we had in advance of that OPA being adopted, there was concern that we should be looking at potentially additional lands that could be supported for residential uses, which we did do, which was what OPA 804 did, was to bring forward even additional lands, more so than what had been previously approved at Council, additional lands that could be considered for regeneration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go to speakers. Put your name on the screen. Councillor Perks, you want to speak first, so if we can go to the speakers list. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, a year ago, Doug Ford told the province of Ontario that the threat to the Ontario economy from the Trump administration was so great that we had to have an election. Remember that a year ago? It's so terrible. And he ran around, you know, with his hats on, calling himself Captain Canada, saying we must do everything in our power to protect the Ontario economy. And here we are today with 4 applications in front of us, and as you heard from staff, up to 40 coming. I was actually at a public meeting last night in my ward for a conversion we turned down last year, but they've reapplied under these new permissive rules that the province has. And these conversions, remember, as planning staff always tell us, more often than not, do not even turn into housing. They convert the land and increase its paper value. In other words, they generate wealth without generating jobs. I do not know what happened to Premier Ford in that intervening year, where he went from saying that he would do everything he could to protect Ontario jobs to where we are today, where he is literally doing everything he can to put Ontario jobs at risk. Our economic development staff and our planning staff have both been completely clear with us. If we want to maintain manufacturing jobs and warehousing jobs, if we want to have spaces to create and incubate new sectors in the economy here in Toronto, if we want to protect our food industry, a critical industry, if we want to protect our film industry, a critical industry, we must protect our employment lands. And yet here we are today with threats to the food terminal. Literally what someone from University of Toronto said in a deputation is the beating heart of the entire food system in Ontario, put at risk today. The film industry, one of the things, and I'm sorry that Councillor Fletcher isn't here, this city has deliberately nurtured creating jobs, not just, you know, for movie stars, but for people who, carpenters who build sets, hairdressers, lighting technicians, electricians, on and on and on and on. Good, union, well-paid jobs that are stable and build the Toronto economy. At risk today, because the province of Ontario has forgotten what Doug Ford ran on, and instead seems to think that their only obligation is to make sure that people who own land can increase its value. Nothing to do with housing. No one's building housing right now. It is literally the opposite of good economic thinking. And our staff have been, you know, waving flags in front of us saying, Council, pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. This is a disaster brewing here. And they have been thorough and diligent and done everything they could. And it's time for us to add our voice. And it's time for us to let Torontonians know that the future economic health of this city and the people who live and work in it is at risk because the province of Ontario can't make their mind up. That's not satisfactory. Let's, with one voice, tell the province of Ontario we want better protections for employment lands in the city of Toronto.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
I'm so happy to see this here in this way, and I feel so grateful for the opportunity to vote in favor of this, because what we're talking about here is the perimeter of protection for lives and livelihoods in Toronto. It's a bedrock for our economy, and it's already weakened. Many decisions have been made that have weakened our capacity to protect our jobs belt. That's what employment lands are. We're at less than 12%, and we have been told repeatedly by staff and experts that we should be at 15%. What does that mean when we're not at that 15% and falling? This is a threat to our security and autonomy as a region, and yes, as a country. If we are not able to manufacture, to produce, if we're not able to guarantee food supply through food distribution. I've been out invited by the food terminal, and I've seen myself how it works and heard from people there that the neighboring condos are complaining about the food terminal. They want restrictions. The noise bothers them. Well, this is the place that feeds not just us, but the entire region, the distribution system, the field to table. We are all interconnected and need each other. Manufacturing jobs are responding to changing tariff relationships and supply chain changes, and we need to be able to roll with that. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to face the next crisis or the following crisis. And if I think about in the pandemic that we weren't able to manufacture our own pharmaceuticals, our own vaccine, but there were much smaller countries all over the world that were able to do it, I think that we should be really concerned because the world is changing and we're going to have to be ready. I think that this is a really important opportunity, not just to stand up for what we agreed in the Mayor's Action Plan for Toronto's economy, in which we already supported the idea that we need to protect employment lands, but recommit unanimously to listen to the expertise that comes from staff repeatedly, planning staff, economic development staff, to tell us that we are gambling with our future if we don't protect employment lands, the jobs belt and the economic bedrock of this city. And we threaten the livelihoods of people who have, in this moment, are able to work on those lands, have a good wage. Those jobs can be unionized. They actually are, when we think about the people that we talk about all the time, these are the people that are holding the middle class together, such as it exists in this city. So let's with one voice say, yes, we support staff when they bring us expert advice to not diminish employment lands any further, and say to the provincial government, we do want to put our elbows up. We do want to protect each other. We want to make sure that we can eat, that we can work, and that we can have a good life in this city. And I really wish that we would have a unanimous vote on this. Thank you.
Cute. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for staff for working on this. The Duke Heights Business Improvement Area that represents over 4,000 businesses employing 32,000 people. And they have raised some very serious concerns about what's before us, about requests by the province, and of course, requests the OPA that we have drafted here. Rules governing lawfully established businesses, in other words, soft uses that are there now, won't be there in the future if the current rules are implemented. In other words, soft uses that make up the holistic community of an employment area will be gone, such as banquet halls or hotels or places of worship or places of educational institutions. But worst of all, and I quote, "The lack of clarity presents a significant risk to businesses, particularly with respect to their ability to expand, change, or resume operations in the future." It goes on to say that OPA does not apply transition policies for these uses, and the preservation of the status quo would extend the uncertain regulatory environment for landowners and operations of these uses. So in other words, as touched on in the questions, if you are an owner of a warehouse or some kind of commercial unit, and you're currently renting it out to a soft use now, that they are grandfathered, but when they leave, you may not be able to bring a similar business into the employment area. And I quote again, additionally, the current planning framework under OPA 804 does not fully reflect the land use conditions and economic activity found in key parts of the Duke Heights employment area. Land use framework set out in OPA does not fully reflect on-the-ground conditions in many parts of Duke Heights. In several key corridors, land uses such as standalone offices, medical clinics, and retail plazas play a significant economic and functional role, but are not clearly supported under the area of employment definition. In addition, uses that neither reflect the provincial definition nor support emerging economic activity, including auto-related services, continue to cluster in areas adjacent to BIA quarters. Where do you put a banquet hall? Where do you establish a place of worship? You can't do those in neighborhoods. In neighborhoods, you have to do those in business areas. So I'm a firm believer that we must protect our businesses. I was the one that brought to this council, with the help of staff, a motion to create an MZO to protect the Sanofi Pasteur plant, which was under great threat from a development to its west. And this council supported that initiative from the province. We must also protect our BIAs. And while staff have done a good job here, there is much more work to do. A lot of it rests with the province in making sure they add clarity, because the last thing that businesses want is uncertainty in the marketplace. And certainly with our fragile economy, the last thing we need is uncertainty. I would request that we vote on the two recommendations separately. I have to take the position, I'd like to be voted in the negative because of the Duke Heights BIA objections to some of the weaknesses in not only the legislation, but also in the OPA before us. It is not a reflection on the hard work of staff, but the reality is that we must further protect our businesses and not let the holes in this policy eat away at what can go into a BIA and an employment area. Thank you.
Okay, let's vote. And Councillor Pasternak has asked for a separate vote, recorded vote. Okay, recorded vote. So he wanted it two parts? He wanted to separate. You want to separate two?
It's two votes.
Yeah, so you want to vote on one and then one on two.
Right, but what's before us did not flag what we were voting on. It's item one, recommendation one.
Okay,
first.
we'll put it on the screen. Yeah.
This is part one of the motion.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please, how do you vote?
Thank you. Affirmative.
Thank you. And Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Part one of the motion carries. The result is 19-2.
Okay.
Just stand by, Madam Speaker, while we put up part two.
Do we want to record a vote on part two? Yeah, okay, record a vote on part two.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Crisanti, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
And Councillor Thompson, how do you vote, please? Part 2 of the motion carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay, so now we'll now go to the next item. EY 28.1, 250 the small. Councillor Morley, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
No questions, Madam Speaker.
You want to speak?
I have an amendment to move, and yes,
Okay,
I'd like to speak.
does the staff have your amendment?
They do.
Okay, we can put the amendment on the screen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion before you, colleagues, has been worked on with staff and with thanks to clerks as well for some technical amendments. It reads that City Council amend Official Plan Amendment 715 to the official plan for the City of Toronto for the lands at 250 the East Mall, included as attachment 5 to the report from Director of Etobicoke York District. The first is amend Section D, Public Realm and Site and Area Specific Policy 887, to add the following new Policy 7 as follows. A multi-use active transportation path and other outdoor community uses are encouraged to be located within the 14-meter Ontario Ministry of Transportation Highway 427 setback in consultation with the Ontario Ministry of Transportation or successor ministry. And the second part to this is to amend Policy G1I in Section G, which is Housing and Site and Area Specific Policy 887, to replace the number 15 with the number 20, which is referring to the number of two-bedroom units within the site. I wanted to just say a couple of quick, brief words here. Again, with thanks to staff for the incredible work that they've put into this application. 250 the East Mall is a staple in Etobicoke, known as Cloverdale Mall, and has been there for quite some time. It's an important gathering space and represents a massive redevelopment of this community. Again, we've worked hard with staff to get to the approval report before us and have made these additional amendments to try to strengthen the outcome once this revitalized community is delivered in Etobicoke Lakeshore. So I'll leave it there in the interest of time, and Madam Speaker, hope to have support from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. On the amendment by Councillor Morley, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. Our next item is at SC 28.1, 1212 to 1238 Kingston Road, zoning bylaw amendment. Councillor Candeval, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
No.
No? Does anybody have the questions to staff? Okay, Councillor Candeval, you want to speak? So
Yeah, there are two motions, one from Transportation, a technical amendment to do with waiving notice for permit parking. And number two, we're moving the CBC charges funds from public art towards parks improvements. Those are the two motions.
Okay. Okay, so on Councillor Candeval's motion, a recorded vote. On both? Yeah, the whole thing, a recorded vote. Okay. 1A, recorded vote.
Councillor Sachs, please, and thank you. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Crescenty, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
In the affirmative, thank you. Motion 1A carries. The vote is 18-3.
Okay, so second item, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Cherneslin, please. Councillor Crissanti, please. How do you vote?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Motion 1B carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Okay, item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher, we have just 2 items left, and you held both items. Councillor Fletcher? We're at our last 2 items. T 2827, Ontario Line Construction Update. Oh, that we have Michael's.
It's not on. No, it's on. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
No, I actually just have a motion to speak to. That's fine.
Okay, so if you can put your motion on the screen. Okay. Let's have the staff put the motion on the screen. Okay. There it is. Can you read it out, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, once it's up there. There we go. City Council reiterates request to Metrolinx to install GPS and Ontario Line signage on all trucks using the haul routes for Ontario Line construction, and further that signs be affixed in more than one location, not occasion. Thank you. My writing, not you. Preferably the sides as well as the cab. So that's one little change. And 2, City Council direct the General Manager of Transportation Services to seek to achieve the road safety measures in recommendation 1 above through the right-of-way permitting process. So when that location instead of occasion gets fixed, it's almost a year, it'll be a year this week, since one of my residents was life-altering accident with a truck, a haul truck for the tons and tons and tons of spoils coming out of Pape and Danforth that went off the haul route, made a right turn onto Mortimer and ran her over and has altered her life, critically injured her, altered her life. And since that time, 1 year ago, this council actually, all of you, have been asking for safety measures. You have supported a haul route plan for Metrolinx. You have supported everything. A number of months ago that we asked again to please have signage on these trucks. Put GPS so you know when these trucks are, where they are on their haul routes. You know that they're staying on their haul routes. And signage on them so the community knows that's what that truck is. Since the terrible accident last year, there have been a number of drivers, 2 or 3, that went off their haul routes. They, vigilant constituents, very vigilant, they've called, that's been determined, those drivers have been removed. That should not be the process to keep people safe on our streets. It should not be up to every resident to then phone a Metrolinx community liaison number and say, I think a truck is on my street. That is not best practice. The best practice is for that contractor, ultimately Metrolinx, and any of their subsidiary consortiums to take charge of their road safety plan and realistically take charge of those trucks. I cannot speak for your ward, Councillor Chernos Lynn. I can't speak for your ward, Councillor Moyes, or the Deputy Mayor Malik's ward. I can speak only that there are 400 trucks a day, and there will be more trucks in my ward that are singularly moving soils for the Ontario line. It is really a sad situation that it takes so long. I don't want to make a joke that I don't want it to take 6 years to get that signage, to take so long to open a line. It should be immediate. That should be something that we're pressing them for every week. They must feel responsible for their construction. They must feel responsible for the safety of the neighborhoods in which they're working. They have been asked to do so, and taking so long to make these trucks safe by identifying them and designated with GPS so they know where they are and watching that, to me, that is your basic respect for the city that you're working in. And I can only say I would like a recorded vote here. I'm bitterly disappointed that on the 1-year anniversary, of this tragic accident, that we are still in the same situation that we were in then, of them not able to report, them not able to remove those trucks, my community not able to see that truck should not be here because it has a sign, and those drivers knowing that everybody knows where they are. Everybody knows where they are because there's signage and GPS. That is our goal. And my friends, my colleagues, I would ask you to feel strongly about this. If this was in your ward and this was this big construction project and you had had a terrible accident, you would expect nothing less from Metrolinx. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Chernes-Lynn. 3 minutes.
I'll be faster than that. Councillor Fletcher, have you heard from Metrolinx about why they haven't done this?
I have not. I have heard that they are testing, they're trying, they're this, they're that, not ready. We were informed, I think, at the December Council that it would be in by the end of the month in order for kids to go back to school. I think you remember that, Councillor? And then it was going to be shortly thereafter and shortly thereafter. And as of today, they are not there. And that's why I'm bitterly disappointed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Perks, you want to speak on this?
Yes, I do. Along the same lines, but on a different aspect to what Councillor Fletcher was talking about, I feel Torontonians are trapped in Samuel Beckett's play, Waiting for Godot. We're waiting to find out where the GPS is on the trucks. We're waiting to find out when the Eglinton LRT will run. Councillor Nunziata, you're waiting for a bunch of stuff in your ward. Councillor Bravo, I know you're waiting to find out what's happening with the smart track stations. I want to tell you another story about what we're waiting for that's referred to in this item. 17 years ago, the engineering staff at the City of Toronto came to me and said, we have to replace the Dufferin Bridge. This is the bridge that goes over the train tracks on the way into Exhibition Place. And I said, great, we'll have a public meeting and show us a design. So they brought a design and we consulted the public and we were all ready to go. And then engineering staff came to me and said, well, we can't do that because Metrolinx won't tell us how much clearance height they need because they want to electrify that line someday. So we said, okay, we can't have the bridge fall down, so what should we do? And staff said, we'll build a temporary bridge while Metrolinx figures that out. And we put in that temporary bridge that goes into Exhibition Place, and it had a 10-year lifespan. Well, 10 years ended some time ago. And if you remember, last year, part of that temporary bridge fell down. It was in its 13th year of its 10-year lifespan. So, you know, we'd staff beaver away and go talk to Metrolinx. Will you tell us how big the bridge has to be, please? Crickets. So then Metrolinx, to add insult to injury, says, oh, and by the way, that bridge that's past its safe lifespan, we want to use it to run our haulage trucks out of the Exhibition GO station where we're doing work. So we asked them, you know, well, is the bridge safe enough? So we went and did an inspection, and there were some bolts that were loose, and we dealt with it. And I don't know if it's been completed yet, but as of Thursday, we still don't have a complete agreement with Metrolinx about how that bridge is going to be inspected and monitored while they run their trucks over it. But we still don't know how tall the ultimate bridge has to be. 17 years. And they have the audacity to say, oh, that bridge we won't help you with. We need it for our purposes. you know, it's, well, as Samuel Beckett wrote, let's go. We can't. Why not? We're waiting for Metrolinx.
Okay, on the motion by Councillor Fletcher, recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, how do you vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, how do you vote?
Affirmative.
Thank you. The motion is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Cole, you have the item, the executive item for FIFA. Do you want to just release it? Just release it? Okay. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Last item, Councillor Fletcher, is yours. CC 36.5 BIA's operating budget. Okay, can you put your name on the screen?
I can when I get back to, I think I just got logged out, sorry.
Okay, there you go. You can ask your question.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the chart that we have, and I'm just going in there now, and I'm looking at the two columns and wondering how one's a levy and the other is some other kind of money. Can you just explain the difference between the two columns, please? Business operating budget, 26 levy funds required. When you have an operating budget that is considerably larger than your levy, where are the other funds coming from?
To the Speaker, BIA budgets are funded primarily by the levy, generally to the tune of 85–90%, but the remaining 15% is made up of a variety of other revenues, and that includes things like earned revenue they might generate at a festival, sponsorship income, grants from the city, grants from other public or private sources, and that rounds out the overall budget, which is therefore higher than the levy you see in the other column.
So if it says the levy is, let's say, $440,000, it says required. That's required from whom? The city, property owner. That's
correct.
And that's, Michael, you're nodding. You have some help on this one. That's the levy, and then somewhere in there, there's other funds that are going to come in. So the levy is going to be matched somehow. It's only that levy. So the funds required are part of the operating budget or not? Are they part of the capital budget?
BIAs operate on an operating budget. They don't break out capital as the city does. So the budget that you see there is all determined to be operating. The great majority of it is drawn from the levy, and then an incremental amount is drawn from other sources.
So the property taxes are going into the operating budget of that BIA. So if we look at that, then the rest is made up somewhere else. And then there's a fund somewhere that the city has to match funds. We've already turned over a certain amount, like these dollars, into the operating budget. Let's say there's a project for a park or for a renewal somewhere on the Danforth or Queen Street. That funds are assigned by the BIA, and then where and how does the city's portion come? So let's say $500,000 in capital. Where is that drawn from? Not, because it's not from the levy.
No, well, to the Speaker, BIAs will undertake in the first step a streetscape master plan that will lay out a series of capital projects that they want to undertake. They will approach the city through the BIA Capital Cost Share Program for 50% assistance for those projects.
But where's that money coming from?
Their portion is coming from their operating budget.
No, where's our portion coming from?
Our portion is coming from EDC's 10-year approved capital budget.
So EDC has a capital budget that's specifically, because you don't build many other things, it's specifically for, is there others things out of there, or is it basically the BIAs and their projects?
To the Speaker, EDC's 10-year capital budget covers a variety of needs. We have some 100 heritage buildings on 40 properties, so the state of good repair budget for that is a significant component of our capital. From time to time, we undertake new builds, such as the Clark Center at Scarborough, but the BIA program is a component of that overall capital.
Percentage-wise?
Percentage-wise, I would put it at 25% or so. We've got a $30 million capital.
So 25% or so. And most of those projects that are underway are in some kind of, they're on city property that being built through a board of management, built through a BIA that are getting funds from the city. I just want to clarify all of that.
Yes, the city, to the Speaker, the city has a number of controls over the projects. So they are commonly in city-owned property in the public realm, they're public realm improvements. Once the BIA has had a project approved, it is in fact the city, it is EDC's capital team that will do the scope of work, will thereafter let the tender, will hire the contractor,
Yes, I do
and will
understand
project
that.
manage the project.
I understand that. Thank you very much for your questions. Answers. I had the.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Cole, you have questions too?
No, just a quick question. I'm just looking at one of my famous BIAs isn't on here, the Marquetto BIA.
That's probably why they didn't have their AGM yet.
To the Speaker, the Speaker is correct. BIA budgets have brought forward in 2 tranches, so you will not see all 86 here. They will come forward at a later point.
Okay, thank you. Looking forward to it.
It depends when they have their AGM and they submit in their financial.
Yeah.
Hey, come on.
Okay, do we have any speakers or we just move the item? On favor, opposed if any, carried. So that's it for the agenda. So, may I have a motion regarding absentees? Didn't we already do that? Huh? That was the last meeting. Okay. So, are the same people absent? No. So, Councillor Pasternak, why don't you do that?
I'd be happy to. The City Council excused the absence of Deputy Mayor Osman Malik from Special City Council Meeting 36, held on February 4th, 2026.
Thank you. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Perks, do you want to do that one?
Boy, do I. Speaker, I move that the committee and council considered submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
Okay. On favor, opposed if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Who wants to do the honor here? Okay, Councillor Moyes.
That leave be granted to introduce bills 57 to 118 and 120 to 130.
Okay. Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor, opposed if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor, opposed if any, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Councillor Holliday, do you want to do that one?
Sure. That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 36 on February 4th, 2026.
Okay, quiet. Why is there so much noise? We're in the middle of a vote. Yeah, I got to use this gavel. Now, where was I? We introduced it, right? Okay. Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9? Why is there so much talking? Shall these bills be declared as bylaws, be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. This meeting is now adjourned, so we'll see you next week, okay? Tuesday. Thank you to members, thank you to staff.